Fairy tales. Thank you for joining us today to our annual European Fairy Tales Roots Conference. This year's topic is Once Upon a Time, Bridging Collective Imaginary and Technology. I'm Varti Baloyan, joining from the Republic of Armenia. I represent Havanes Tumanian Museum at EFTR and serve as board member of the Scientific Committee of EFTR. I hope you're all doing well. So once we checked all your microphones and video, and once we are sure that everything looks great, we can already start. And also, if you have any technical issues, I hope that you have been provided contact information of our technical assistant, Daniela. So just in case you have technical support, I'm sure she will be there to help you. Our first key speaker is Francesco Barbalanza, right? Francesco is here. Okay. And you can hear and see us perfectly, right? Hello? Okay. Francesco, yes. Let me check Simone to make sure that you're in the right section.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have parallel sessions, so just let me check if Simone is in my section or another section. So in my section, we have Francesco Barbalance, Anita Lavornia, Antonia Opromola, Gabriela Buangio, Milan Massad, Massimo Caon, Giuseppe Cuscuna. And this session is for 10 to 1 p.m. Rome time. So I guess Simone should be in another section. Let me check.
Probably number 4.
Yes, probably number 4, which is different time, from 2 to 5 p.m.
Yes.
Yes. With Erika Bernacci as our chair.
Is this the correct link?
Yes, I guess so, because later during the next session, I will also have my presentation.
Okay.
So yes, Simone and Mary, you're going to join. Of course, welcome to our link, but your presentation is going to be after.
It's in the afternoon. Yes.
Yes, in the
it's just to verify this is the correct link, and just to verify is the correct for the relator and not only for the listener.
Yes, that is for sections 2 and 4. So if you're enlisted in sections 2 and 4, you're in the correct link. And of course, you're welcome to stay, to participate, and to ask questions.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. So our first speaker here is Francesco. Francesco, can you hear me? Can you see everything? And can you share your presentation if you have one? Okay, great. So Francesco is representing the Techno-Scientific University. The topic of discussion will be imaginary of ecological sensibility and symbolic core of capitalism, right? But we can't hear you, Francesco. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Guys, can anyone hear Francesco?
No.
Okay. Okay, Francesco, sorry, we can't hear you. Maybe you can join again, maybe leave and join again. Great. Okay, guys, thank you for your patience. Technical things happen. Hope that Francesco will be able to join us again, this time with no technical issues. Francesco, hello. Can you please unmute your microphone because it's muted right now? Now please speak again. Oh, no, still we can't hear you. Do you have contact information of Daniela? Okay.
Okay, now?
Okay, now we can hear you. Great. Okay, so just a kind reminder that we have 15 minutes for our speeches and then 10 minutes for a question and answer section. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Francesco Barbarace. I am a PhD student at the Dante Alighieri University of Reggio Calabria. I apologize for my English, but I'm trying to do my best. So as we can see, my work focuses on the ecological sensibility and its connection between the techno-scientific imaginary and the symbolic core of capitalism. So let's get started. As we know, climate change and environmental risk impact both collective and individual life, structured within discursive orders and normative regimes. For me, this is imaginary converge around the theme of the environment and nature, generating nightmares, fears, dreams, and utopias. And at its core emerge the question, the existential question: what must we do to save ourselves? This question call for human intervention with its complex knowledge systems, recognizing humans as key actors in the crisis and responsible for developing solutions. In this semantic field, new practices of imaginative and symbolic nature take shape, implying a trust in a techno-scientific knowledge as the solution to the crisis. There is a growing need to confront contemporary capitalism, which in its contradiction is experiencing its greatest crisis, from which it draws strength to regenerate itself. And in this context, climate technoscience seems to position itself as a guide toward overcoming this crisis for achieving a happy and sustainable era. The specter of the end of the world and the apocalypse justifies normative orders and supranational planning dictated by technoscientific knowledge that for me takes on the elusive traits of a transcendent entity. A long-term plan to reduce CO2 emissions is being developed, where multinational corporations and governments share the same vision, namely the idea that human action and Western knowledge can overcome this crisis. The techno-scientific myth structures a new identity for capitalism, presenting it in a hyper-rational and green version. For me, it is very important to highlight the process of individual responsibility that the techno-scientific system implements, starting from the symbolic order of capitalism realism. The individual undergoes a process of responsibility that mystifies the effects of the entire economic system, because with Mark Fisher, by transforming waste recycling into everyone's responsibility, the structure shifts its responsibility to consumers, while it retreats into invisibility. The subject that will be needed, a collective subject, does not exist, but the environmental crisis, as well as all the other global crises we are facing, requires that it be built. However, the call for immediate ethical intervention continually postpone the emergence of such a subject. So, with the concept of capitalism realism, Mark Fisher tried to explain how capitalism realism mechanisms are incorporated, immobilizing the collective in a singular cognitive horizon. The contemporary imaginary is experiencing a phase of deep, intense rationalistic drive. And to overcome the crisis, it is necessary to introduce a series of projects and plans aimed at the hyper-rationalization of society, with the idea that it is possible to change the course of history. This hyper-rationalization, for me, moves in a space of semantic ambiguity, oscillating between the extreme and urgent need to do something, driven by the fear of impending end of the world, and a collective need for a renewed social utopia, a green and a sustainable society. The European Union's agenda for 2019-2024 period includes the construction of a green, fair, social and climate neutral Europe among its 4 priorities, and the European Green New Deal is one of the 6 priorities for the Commission on the same period. The hyper-rationalization is explicitly shown through a countdown on the official website of the European Commission, tracking the days, hours, minutes, and seconds left until climate neutrality, a goal set for January 1st, 2050. This utopia contrasts with the nightmare of climate devastation materialized in another countdown on the web, the deadline beyond which it will no longer be possible to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. For me, responsibility merged with these hyper-rationalization processes and is manifested in another tool where one can observe the different effects temperature on global temperature and the CO2 emissions based basically on 3 scenarios: business as usual, middle ground, and Green New Deal. Users can adjust the scale from 0 to maximum for 2 indicators, size of investment and speed of action. Selecting business as usual automatically reduces the speed of action and investment to 0, and the site generates a report showing a significant increase in global average temperature, followed by this warning. With the level of climate action you chose, 0 investment with 0 speed of action, the model suggests that average global surface temperature would likely reach 3 or 4 degrees by 2100, with catastrophic and permanent impacts on humanity and the biosphere. Civilization, as we know, it will no longer be possible, and if we shift our priorities now, we can change the future. In contrast, setting investment and speed of action to maximum will automatically activate the Green New Deal scenario with the following statement. With the level of climate action you chose, 0 investment, maximum investment with maximum speed of action, the model suggests that average global surface temperature could skirt just under 1.5 degrees Celsius around 2040 and level off for the rest of the century, avoiding the worst climate impacts and preserving a habitable planet for future generations. Again, if we shift our priorities now, we can change the future. This tool is based from peer-reviewed articles, including the special report from IPCC of 2018, and a paper called Emissions, the Business as Usual by Hausfather and Peters. For me, it is very interesting to note how every message generated by different combination of investment and speed of action ends with, if we shift our priorities now, we can change the future. As we know, nature is the most culturalized element, and in the relationship between individual, society, and the environment, we can identify future perspectives and broader social processes. Thomas Maldonado observed that humanity's ability to shape the world has long been neglected by philosophical reflection, and the human environment served as a mediating membrane between humanity and reality, and its formation is the product of a dialectical process between human beings and their surrounding, This dialectical relationship involves feedback in which the environment itself alters the human condition. The symbolic construction of nature has shaped human societies and influenced the ideologies, generating form of objectification and domination. Thus, it is possible to observe how the ambiguity of the context of the technoscientific imaginary nourishes narratives, practices, and symbols strongly linked to contemporary fears and utopias, elevating, for me, the environmental issue to a total social fact. This is the end. Again, I apologize for my English, but I try to do my best. Grazie per l'attenzione.
Thank you very much. That was really very interesting. And your English was perfect. No need to apologize for that. So that was a really very interesting perspective, especially addressing the very important issue of ecology that is of paramount importance nowadays. I have a question, and I hope that other listeners will also have a question for you. My question for you is the following. How, in what ways does the hyper-racialization of society, as discussed in your abstract, contribute to shaping individual responsibility in the face of this climate crisis? What is your opinion? What is your view of this?
I think that hyper-racialization of society works with the mechanism of capitalism, and I think it's better to try to elaborate a new conception and to go to contrast the dichotomy between nature and culture.
Yes.
Is a thing that is very connected with the Western imaginary.
Yes.
And if we try to elaborate a new kind of imaginary, we can find this process of responsibility that is very connected with this process of hyper-rationalization of society. If we count, no, if we see the planning, the supranational planning, no, the international planning numbers, plans to reduce the CO2, we can see, for me, is a scientific opinion, but a process of individual responsibility.
Yes, right.
Yes, I know we have to change our lifestyles, but we have to find the social classes that pollute the most, and connect connect this concept.
Right, that's right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Dear participants, do you have a question for this wonderful report?
Yeah, good morning from Nigeria. Sorry, I'm just joining. So my name is Lasisi Raimi. I'm just joining, so I don't think I got his presentation, but it's fine.
Okay, thank you for joining us. That's a pleasure. Okay, guys, if you had just happen to have questions and you decide not to ask, maybe if we have time at the end of the section, we will be able to discuss these questions, or you can also type your questions in the chat box and we will process that way. So thank you very much, Francesco, once again. That was really amazing. That was really very interesting. Okay, now we can move, and our next speaker is ready, I guess. Anita Lavornia from the University of Bologna. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your last name.
No, that's perfect. I'm just sharing my slides. Just 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, and let me just put the slideshow. So you should just see that.
Very good. So
okay, so can you see the slides?
Yes, I can see. Can everybody hear Anita and see the slides?
Yeah, that's perfect for me.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
I start with my So
Very
I'm sure to stay in the 15 minutes. Okay.
Sure.
So, hello everyone. I'm Anita Lavorni. I'm associate professor at the University of Bologna, and today I am presenting you a recent piece of research that I recently published on socio-technical imaginaries of artificial intelligence in European lawmaking, focusing on crime and security. I focus on sociology of law and deviance in my life, so I'm focusing on those topics also here. So we're discussing about artificial intelligence today. So artificial intelligence, I think, is really a buzzword, right? Nowadays, we hear a lot about that, and actually we can I just say there are several definitions of artificial intelligence. So just for the scope of today's presentation, we can broadly define it as a collection of technologies that combine data, algorithms, and computing power. This is a very broad definition from the European Commission. For those of you that I know are not very experts on artificial intelligence, I think it's important to remind that actually there are a lot of systems that we use nowadays as artificial intelligence. Most of the systems already in use tend to be so-called linked to weak artificial intelligence or narrow artificial intelligence. But there are, in theory, at least nowadays as a theoretical concept, we hear more and more about strong artificial intelligence, which will be the type of artificial intelligence with the general applications whose intelligence will be comparable to the human one. But again, nowadays it's mostly a theoretical concept. What we kind of think agree on is that more and more, because of the ubiquitous use of artificial intelligence, even if of weak artificial intelligence is in our life, still it's a technology with a transformative impact that is still in a way in a formative stage. We hear sometimes in the news, like a new system. There was a lot of buzz around ChatGPT the previous years and so on and so forth. But still, both as regards the technological development and its public perception is still in this formative stage. As someone from a legal background, at least for me, it's quite surprising that the development of artificial intelligence nowadays kind of happened in a regulatory void, with the exception of forms of self-regulation for a long time, but we know that they come with a lot of limitations. And so from this perspective, the very recent Artificial Intelligence Act, so basically the European Union regulations on artificial intelligence, has been generally welcomed as a first comprehensive effort to regulate artificial intelligence. Importantly, not just at the European Union level, the idea of this act is really to set some global standard on this matter. So it should be, it should have a sort of like a soft law, let's put it in this way, effect also beyond the European Union. So again, I want to focus today on the articulation of the development of this Artificial Intelligence Act when it comes to the socio-technical imaginaries of artificial intelligence, but again in focusing on crime and security. So when it comes to crime and security arena, we need to provide a short introduction of artificial intelligence in this field. So nowadays, artificial intelligence systems are already allowing to automate a range of tasks at several levels of the criminal justice process, influencing already operational decisions. So there are common examples, for instance, in predictive policing, recidivism algorithm, where artificial intelligence tools are actually already used in crime and security arena nowadays. And as you can imagine, they already have a deep social impact because we're discussing about very sensitive issues, and these systems are really changing knowledge production and crime control policies, at times already leading to clashes with some established criminal procedure rules. Here there is already a kind of like debate when it comes to imaginaries, because on the one side we have artificial intelligence tools that are sometimes promoted in the criminal justice arena as smart, as something to be welcomed, as something that is that really can help and ease our lives. From the other side, more and more so-called critical algorithm studies are actually trying to contrast the solutionist strength and basically claiming that these new artificial intelligence technologies cannot be seen as a sort of panacea to solve crime and security problems, because they come with a number of challenges, and basically they are in statistical risk assessment tools that should not take over human decisions and human capacity to see the gray areas in these very sensitive, again, areas. So I've been, there was much more to say on this, but probably during the questions because of lack of time. So I've been discussing about social technical imaginaries. This is a concept that in social sciences has gained increased popularity in the last few years. So I'm using just a definition here. So social technical imaginaries as collectively held, institutionally stabilized, and publicly performed visions of desirable futures, animated by shared understandings of forms of social life and social life and orders. So basically, it's about acts of futuring that allow the identification, creation, and disseminations of images of the future, basically shaping also the possible space for action. What is important to note here in this very brief introduction on socio-technical imaginaries is that in our societies, actually, multiple collective imaginaries can coexist. Some imaginaries can come actually bottom up, but as you can imagine, those coming top down tends sometimes to be prevalent, because when collective imagination is guided by visible actors that have the authority, for instance, to set a policy agenda, to set policy discourses, etc., of course, these imaginaries can have then more immediate and deeper social impact. Also, when it comes specifically to the crime and security arena, or more broadly to the criminal justice systems, we can see some contrasting imaginaries. Actually, in a previous studies published a couple of years ago with a colleague, we identified different competing socio-technical imaginaries in this regard. So, for instance, we identified clashes between optimistic frames, neutral frames, and oppositional frames, depending on whether these frames were kind of like highlighting the smart imaginaries of artificial intelligence tools in the crime and security arena, or whether they were stressing their biases and the negatives, basically. And interesting, I think, in our study, basically, we assessed and analyzed scholarly articles on those topics, stressing how there was basically a very clear divide between those coming from more technical disciplines, such as data science, computer sciences, etc., that were really stressing the optimistic sides of this of artificial intelligence tools in the criminal justice sectors or in the crime and security arena, while those coming from criminology, law, sociology, so those actually with a probably less digital capital, but more critical capital on those topics, were saying a lot, okay, wait, okay, this can be useful, but they can come with a lot of like issues in terms of bias, discriminations, and so on. So this is really kind of the background. So the specificities of this contribution. So again, the idea is that how lawmakers and other stakeholders envision the potential benefits and challenging coming from artificial intelligence is of great importance, because they don't just can, how to say, frame the trajectories of artificial intelligence, but because of their position in society, they can also frame how artificial intelligence then can be integrated into society through law. So in this article, I'm trying to basically further this line of inquiry, focusing on the debates and negotiations around the Artificial Intelligence Act in the EU. So I've already said something about the EU Act. So this is a brief timeline with what happened. Actually, the Act entered into force the 1st of August of this year, 2024, even if there is always this type of like, I don't know, like a little bit of time because it really enters into law. So basically everything should be, how to say, implemented within the next 36 months. But formally, it's already, you know, law for many of us. So I'm focusing on the socio-technical imaginaries as presented by the main European Union's lawmaking actors and bodies. So I'm focusing on the imaginaries presented in by the Commission, by the Council, and by the Parliament, also through its some internal committees that basically were the kind of main legislative actors involved in the process. So basically, I looked at all the relevant documents. I translated into English those that were, interventions in other languages. Analyzed them all in chronological orders by using a mix of inductive and deductive coding. So immediately it was, emerging how there was the necessity actually to divide my analysis into two main parts. A first layer that was about the formal position of bodies, so the Commission, the Council, and the Parliament, and then a second layer of analysis that was about the debates within the Parliament, where of course a lot of voices, different and contrasting voices were emerging during the debates, even then, the Parliament had a sort of like common position towards the outside, but still there were all these like layers in the inside. So I still have 4 minutes left, so let's move on. So let's start with the first layer. So the first layer was really showing a sort of council and Commission and Council, let's say, versus Parliament chasm. So if we see the initial proposal of the Commission and then the formal acts of the Council, of course, keeping it very, very short, we basically can see a sort of prevalence of of positive frames towards the use of artificial intelligence tools in the crime and security arena. Just to make an example, they were actually agreeing to allow biometric identification systems in publicly accessible spaces for law enforcement purposes. They were recognizing some problems when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence as a system, as a tool, basically, in this arena, but they were considering these limitations as linked just to issues of development and training of artificial intelligence systems. So the idea was, okay, we need better training, but we can solve these problems. Actually, they are useful. We want them in the crime and security arena. While the Parliament overall, and in line with many parts coming from the civil society organizations, was much more opposition, basically asking, for instance, for the bans for some of the more, let's say, extreme application of artificial intelligence tools in this arena. However, so there is a little bit of a summary there. However, I think because of lack of time, I want to quickly move to the second layer, which I think it's even more interesting, because it was showing some contrasting political visions of artificial intelligence, risk and opportunities within the parliamentary debate. And this, I think, was interesting because it can really show us, depending on the position, the political position of the speakers, and presenting their voices in the debate, a real, a sort of cultural line dividing different social priorities and the idea of what is a desirable future. And as this line becomes politicized, impacting directly the political debate in the parliamentary debates, we can see, at least in my view, how this chasm really reflects a sort of new political cleavage that reflects a social political polarization on this issue. So there was basically the minutes of the parliamentary debates in 2024 2023 and 2024 that were offering a lot of examples on discussions on the use of artificial intelligence in the crime and security arena. So just a quick sum up in less than a minute. So from those in the center right, basically for instance, the European People's Party that were really stressing, you can see some quotes here, the need to use artificial intelligence systems to support law enforcement, countering serious forms of crime and terrorist activities, and basically dismissing the, the fears that were brought forward by the political opponents. We can see those coming from the center and the left center of the political spectrum. So for instance, the Progressive Alliance of Socialists, of Democrats, of the Green parties, that were actually stressing a lot the risks linked to the development and use of artificial intelligence tools. So it was seen as a sort of Pandora box that we were opening, and that could become a weapon of oppression, with the idea that, criminals will also find a way around it, but you are, allowing the use of tools that can have a very bad impact on civil liberties and the like. So as when it comes to, tend to conclude a little bit, and when it comes to imaginaries, again, it's very clear how there is this kind of chasm between some kind of transhumanism, technovisions, highlighting the positives, and some extreme views of kind of technophobic dystopia ideas, and all the grays in between. However, these imaginaries are, of course, actually they contributed in the debates, and by looking at how they change, through the different, acts that led to the ratification at the end of the acts, you can see how they really impacted the debates and the legislation that we have nowadays. So my point is that we have these contrasting imaginaries. They are and have influenced actually, policy making, and so then, now policy implementations in the coming months and years. And so the final question, if you want, the puzzle that this research left me with is how can we bridge these debates? Because we have seen that they come with a sort of divide depending on the political spectrum. But in my past research, I've already shown how this divide actually is linked to different our backgrounds. So different researchers also, like us, that bring forward different imaginaries depending on the background, their education, whether they study certain disciplines or not, or whether they're focusing on the technical possibilities or rather on their potential application in practice. So how to overcome myth and beliefs of artificial intelligence systems, trying to improve artificial intelligence literacy, but also then policy making in the end, and not just between elites, but also in their constituencies. So I just want to end, and then maybe there is room in the questions. So with the word interdisciplinarity and the importance of interdisciplinary efforts, not just in research, but also in training and education of researchers when it comes to this topic. So bringing in some basic, at least understanding of this more critical capital of when it comes to the training of computer and data scientists and those type of those with the technical capitals that actually are implementing and bringing forward this idea, but that sometimes, unfortunately, are never taught issues of law, social justice, and the like that can really better inform than the final thing that we have at the end. So this is all for now. However, this contribution has just been published a couple of weeks ago in IPO. It's in English. I think it's open access. So if you just Google the title, you will find the relevant article there. And sorry, I went on 2 extra minutes. So I'm sorry about that, but that's all for me. And thanks.
Right. Wow. Thank you so much. That was a really great presentation. You walked us away with a new perspective on the role of AI in crime and security. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise. And I will definitely look for your article through the title. Yeah, I have one question for you. And again, if our participants have questions, you're welcome to ask your questions and also to write in the chat box or leave it at the end of the discussion. We know that artificial intelligence is highly used in modern wars as well, but I don't want to ask a question about that. My question is more about like educational impact of that. So you highlighted also the importance of improving AI literacy. What do you think, just from your perspective, what specific educational initiatives could effectively enhance understanding and critical engagement with AI among both policymakers and general public?
That's $1 million question. So I can give you like my personal view very briefly from my experience. So I think that certain types of like training education should simply be embedded in like normal training. So everything that is cyber, everything that is AI should not be seen as a sort of final addendum, but you know, how can you study law without having specific modules on this? How can you study crime justice without having specific modules on this? But also how you can study computer science, data science, and whatever, you know, this the more technical component without having at least some basic training in the you know, in the sensitive area where the system that you're going to train, you know. Before moving to Bologna, I was teaching for many years in the UK in Southampton, and I remember actually I had my cybercrime and cybersecurity module, and most of the students there were actually coming from engineering and computer science. This idea, right, of giving them this core training on, okay, I'm developing the system, but then what are the real life impact and issues? Whether I can then develop the system in a safer and less biased way because I know about those bias. Right. So I think first of all, this is about really embedding the training in our like training, you know, general in our universities, etc. And then I think that some initiatives in terms of like the general public should probably be, I don't know, now they still seem kind of niche. I think I would participate in this very, I think, a good initiative at the University of Bologna where there were like, you know, people from the tech side, social sciences, etc. But then if you see and they were open to the public, but the attendance was mostly by people already within university. So I think that the general public, you know, in terms of big numbers, is hardly reached sometimes by some of these initiatives. So if you really want to improve literacy, I think it's more about sometimes I would say mass media. So I would think it's about improving the literacy of those deciding at the mass media level about this issue, and then cascade down, because some of the how to say awareness raising events that we have nowadays, I think they're great. They're absolutely great, but they reach people that already are open, you know, to this, already have an interest on this, and those that probably might get more benefits of having this basic literacy are simply not interested in coming to these events. So I don't know if this answer to your query or.
Yes, sure. Thank you so much. You have so much information on this topic, and I really appreciate having you, with us and having shared this discussion. Thank you so much. Okay, our next speaker is Antonio Opromolla from Link Campus University of Rome. Dear Antonio, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. I share my presentation. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see your presentation. I can hear you perfectly, and I hope that our participants can see and hear you.
Okay. Let's try. Okay, good morning. My name is Antonio Promolla. I'm an adjunct professor at Link Campus University of Rome. And my research, so the research that I'm going to present to you today has been conducted within the Link Campus University. Its title is Applying AI in Public Services, the Perspective of Young Adults and Artificial Intelligence Experts. Here we have some the topics that I'm going to discuss during this presentation. So the objective of the research and the methodology, the general context in terms of research, so the digital transformation of public services and the main characteristic of AI in public services within the academic literature, and then some three main studies that we have conducted with young adults, analysis of public policies and experts, and then the conclusions. So our objective was to investigate the perceptions and impacts of the application of AI in Italian public services. So we have conducted some focus groups investigating the perception of artificial intelligence use, previous experiences, potential benefit and risks. We have involved 40 students divided in 4 focus groups, 2 focus groups involving participants from 14 to 80 years, and the other 2 involving participants from 19 to 24 years. Then we have conducted an analysis of on European and Italian policies on AI, especially in relation to the use of AI in public services in order to explore the narratives that are created by these policies. And then we have conducted some interviews with AI experts in the Italian public administrations, and we have administered 15 interviews. First of all, let me give you an overview of the general context in which we are. So we are assisting to the increasing integration of digital platforms in civic engagement and in the public sector. So also the role of citizen is transforming, because they become more and more active participants in knowledge sharing and civic engagement. But on the other side, there is also this paradigm, this open government paradigm, which means that public administration become more and more open to citizens, promoting transparency and also encouraging citizens to become collaborators of public administration. This also have created a shift in communication because some more fluid and hybrid form of communication and information have been implemented. This process, we can say that is also applied to the Italian sector. There is a specific agency for Digital Italy, AGID, that want to focus on more and more accessible, interoperable, and citizen-centric public services. AI in public services has a great potential because it can improve automation, personalization, and assist users and citizens in different fields. We can say that the academic research on AI in public services focused a lot on the technical aspects of this part rather than on the organizational and cultural aspects, even if there is a high potential and high impact of AI in cultural and communicative processes, because in the academic literature, AI is considered, in public sector, is considered a trailblazer also for other domains, including private ones. From the sociological perspective, we can say that the socio-technical approach is the one that has focused more on this specific topic, on the application and impact of AI in public sector. For example, analyzing the social impact of automated decision systems, predictive systems in decision-making processes, natural language processing, and so on. But on the other side, the sociological studies have also identified the point of view, the perspectives of stakeholders that are involved in the application of AI in public services, especially the citizens that will access to AI systems and platforms in public services. Many concerns have been identified by the different studies that I have analyzed related to accuracy, transparency, algorithm biases, privacy violations, and so on. And a specific part of these studies is also addressed to young people who has identified a lack of trust in artificial intelligence, because they say they don't have a certain knowledge on how artificial intelligence work, what is the role that AI can play in their life. And in a general way, we can say that AI is considered a sort of tool on which there is an adult point of view rather than a young point of view. So I'm going to present the results of the focus groups. First of all, the results from the focus groups involved the participants aged 14 to 18 years. They have reported a high familiarity with digital tools, even if they struggled to describe AI, even if after a reflection, they realized that they already use AI in their daily activities. They have an ambivalent perception of AI. Some of them saw artificial intelligence as helpful, especially in speeding up specific tasks, while other participants have expressed concerns about reliance on technology, so the excessive reliance on technologies, and so the potential laziness. There are also some privacy concerns. Some of them felt in control over their digital tools, so they are not worried about the use of artificial intelligence in the way they interact with digital tools, while others were wary of privacy invasions, and they cite some specific possibilities, negative possibilities. They are skeptical about the AI use in public services, especially in specific geographical context in Italy, where the public services are already seen as low in adopting new technologies, and especially this technology that is artificial intelligence. And they also suggest that education on AI, both theoretical and practical, should be provided to young people in order to make them aware of the ethical and practical implications of artificial intelligence. From the focus groups involving participants aged 19 to 24 years, we have observed a deeper understanding of AI compared to younger groups, a certain curiosity about AI. Even if similar to the younger groups, there were significant concerns about data security and transparency. They cite in particular the use of the possible negative use of sensitive data, such as the health data. They emphasize also how the artificial intelligence can reinforce existing view, limiting their exposure to diverse perspective. Also, in this case, there is a consensus on the need for education on responsible AI to better understand what are the opportunities and risks. These participants had mixed views on the integration of AI in public services. For example, they side, the possibility to improve automation, efficiency, and sustainability in sectors like traffic management and public transportation. They also emphasize how AI can be useful in the healthcare sector, while some other participants saw we can say have a negative view on this because of the cultural resistance, they say, of Italian to the introduction of this technology. So in general way, we can affirm that there is a lack of AI understanding from the focus groups. So they have a limited knowledge on how AI works, so they do not perceive the complexity, even if they want to know about it. And this creates a fear and mistrust also. So the need of a certain human oversight on the artificial intelligence application. They have this fear, which is connected, as we said, to the lack of knowledge of the technology in a general way, so on how the AI works, but also on the way specific applications, specific platforms, specific services that have at their basis the artificial intelligence agents work. So they want to know, for example, how and what the AI is monitoring, what are the data that the AI is collecting in a specific moment, what is the objective of the collection of the data. Also, they want to have a human control on it, so they, for example, can want to decide when the artificial intelligence agent works and when they want to do the actions by themselves. So they say that a human involvement, a human engagement in the designing of public services is important, even if, especially if these public services have AI agents at its basis. The second study is addressed to the analysis of AI policies, European policies, and Italian policies. We can say that in general way, the AI is considered as an economic driver and a transformative tool for the economic European and Italian economic fields. It is intended as a field to regulate and a field to develop. So because there are some technical issues related to the availability and the use of data and the availability also of technological infrastructure. They cite the importance of human-centered AI, even if the specific focus of AI policies, European and Italian policies, is more related on the importance that AI needs to increase participation, inclusivity of people, but no more than this, we can say. The third study is related to the expert point of view, so the interviews with experts. They emphasized that there are some promising applications, so they say that AI has a significant potential in areas like logistics and fraud detection, even if chatbots and also other technologies such as virtual assistants can also be improved in order used in order to improve the communication between citizens and public administrations. There are some obstacles. They refer to the lack of a strategic approach to artificial intelligence in public sector. the insufficiency of data analysis for decision making, the absence also of skilled professionals within public administration, and also, as we have anticipated from focus groups, the distrust by Italian citizens in the public sector that is considered as outdated. There are also some risks that emerge from the expert point of view that are related, for example, of the possible use of biometric data that can create some negative events, as already happened in previous scandals in different parts of Italy. But there are some challenges that they emphasize. For example, the challenge of a cultural transformation within public administration, the possibility to build competencies for among public employees, but also to create citizen trust related to public sector and the application of AI. And in order to do that, it is important, they say, a gradual and cautious approach, introduction of AI in public sector. But the important thing is that the introduction of AI solution in public sector must be collaborative. And for this reason, they claim the importance of co-designing solutions with citizens, but also with other stakeholders, including public employees, including other private actors, for example, and so on. So in conclusion, we can say that a human-centered approach to artificial intelligence application in public services is very important. So this allows to ensure that the user needs, fears, and feedback are appropriately integrated within the design processes. And so these solutions that are created take into consideration these elements, the emotional elements, we can say, regarding the possible application of AI. So this is it is important to create co-designing activities with young adults, with other targets to improve public services. This also allows to solve the right problems. So AI in this case is addressed to solve the specific problems and the specific issues that people have in the interaction with the public sector, not to create a problem, to solve problem, we can say top down. And in doing that, it is also important that people become more and more aware regarding the AI, the risk, the benefit, the functioning, etc. And so they have the possibility to create the interactions with the AI agents in the way they want to interact. Then we have identified there are some gaps between the policies and the expert point of view. So it is important from the expert point of view to create this user-centric and human-centric approach to the artificial intelligence, and this approach allows to create some social innovation processes. So these participatory processes can create social innovation approach, creating AI solution in collaboration with people that on one side can enhance digital skills of citizens regarding AI, but also to foster effective and emotionally aware AI applications in public services. These are the 4 principles of human-centered design. There is an intense literature, academic literature on human-centered design. So people-centered, so to create people-centered approach to address the right problems, to considering that all is a system. So if we want to create, to introduce a new platform, AI platform, AI solution within the public services, we have to consider it as integrated with other parts of the system. And that is important, small and simple interventions, that is important to introduce it in a gradual way. And if also, it is important to monitor the way people respond to the interaction and to experience that they have with these systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much for an insightful presentation and for your research. That was really great. And I can't help just ask her from all the, from what you have shared with us, just your perspective. Do you believe the overall effect of AI is more positive or negative, just at this moment?
Excuse me, can you repeat, please?
Yes. So at this moment, do you believe the overall effects of AI are more positive or negative at this moment?
I really don't know. I think that we are in a phase in which we have to assist what is happening. Maybe we are in the moment when we have to decide what to do. There is a lot in terms of policies, in terms of regulations, in terms of indications. Maybe we can say we can take different roads in this moment, but I think that the focus on people, on better understanding the experience of people that people can have in interacting with platforms, with systems that use artificial intelligence is a crucial point that is underestimated in this specific moment. A lot is done in terms of application of AI to speed up some procedures internal to public administrations, also in some Italian public administrations, but we also have to consider that at a certain point, AI also arrive to people. It will be something through which people interact, and so we have to be ready on this.
Exactly, that's right. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome,
Antonio. And our next speaker is Mrs. Gabriella Buongiu, if I pronounced your name correctly, from the Institute for Socio-Human Resources. So welcome once again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to take part in such an interesting conference with such beautiful subjects. And I invite you to some Romanian folklore. I will present some fairy tales that speak about the concept of good men. The phrase good man is frequently heard around us. We look for good people and welcome them with us with enthusiasm. They bring with them immeasurable light and gentleness. I propose to dwell on some encounters with the good man in folklore, more precisely as he appears in fairy tales. I also have a presentation.
Yes, please share the presentation.
Is on my email. I'm not sure it's correct what I do. Do you see the screen?
Yes, but we don't see the presentation yet. We see it loading. Roma 2024 presentation
Yes.
loading. Okay.
Okay. My title is Helping Others and Helping Yourself in Romanian Folklore, Ethics and Symbolic and Imaginary.
Okay.
Okay. I will pursue certain objectives during our study, namely one, the identification of some folklore genre species that approach the concept of good man in a particular way. For example, in fairy tales, the good man is a central character, has a good destiny and ideals to fulfill. He has fantastic helpers sometimes, Holy Monday, Holy Wednesday, Holy Friday, other characters, birds, animals. He is generous, he helps his community and others he meets along the way. His goodness emerges from narrative, from his journey in the world, from his miraculous encounters. In carols, the good man is the one to whom the carol is dedicated, the one who through his generosity, his goodness, his morality, his Christianity, can occupy a place in heaven. He baths with God and saints in holy waters, feasts at the table with God in light with burning torches. In Proverbs, the force of expression is more concise, clearly formulated. The attributes of a good man are clearly specified and contextualized. Good deeds are valued as results of a moral conscience, of a good conscience. Another objective is important as the first, is the second, the identification of some characteristic of universal spirituality originating from the primordial quality of man, namely kindness, serenity. This will be achieved with the presentation of the concept of good man as it appears in fairy tales. Human goodness is a moral value, a divine one. I quote, to be good is in human nature. Goodness is not beyond us, but in us as a spiritual being. It is together with man, a creature of God. Goodness is the expression of the reborn being, the presence of the living spirit in us, a sign of our unearthly origin. I quoted from Ernest Bernard. We are therefore trying to explain the concept of good man in historiography, to argue the goodness of man as a moral value, as well as the perception of this quality in dynamics. Kindness animates other feelings such as the sense of truth, the love of the neighbor, not only the same, but also the different gender, religion, nationality, as in the parable of Good Samaritan. Gentleness, mercy. Ernest Bernard speaks extensively about these poses of goodness. I quote, God living in our soul justifies and makes goodness possible. Man knows this inner state only by walking the paths of truth. Goodness appears first of all as a wealth, as a fullness. The good man is not lacking. The good man is whole, he is full. Kindness comes like a wave that floods our being, like an excess of humanity. What makes men through it have such a large scope, and the foundation of goodness is love. It has its source in love. Goodness created from the fire of love clothes everything it touches with a restful light. In kindness we find gentleness. Whoever approaches a gentleman feels a pleasant sensation of warmth and comfort, feels the beneficent power. Kindness, springing from love and passing through gentleness, is fulfilled in mercy and comfort. Goodness is a bright center of rays. The good man spreads around him an atmosphere of joy and encouragement, an atmosphere of peace. I ended the quoting. Here then is a dynamic expression of kindness. I quote, kindness wraps up in a bundle, love, gentleness, mercy, and comfort. All are fused here and make up an interior moral state. I end the quoting. And Ovidiu Papadima, Romanian critic, literary critic, considered almsgiving a characteristic of the Romanian spirituality of old. I quote, almity, a word that seems to evoke other times, another mentality. It is pale light, the people of the past seem better, more pure in soul. I end the quote. A deeply Christian value, almsgiving, seems to embody the atmosphere of deep piety that Romanian icons inspire. Regarding carols and the spirituality of our Romanian being, Ovidiu Papadima emphasized, I quote, in the magical light of the Christmas celebration, human thought goes toward the wide heights of the divine world. Man becomes a participant in the happiness of divine goodness. The miracle of the Nativity is enjoyed by the whole nature, heaven and earth, with their fears. An immense harmony and joy, which is not given to the disturbed by any incompatibility. I'm the quoting. Goodness has a divine origin. Man is born a good man, and his relation with the sacred takes place in the same framework of gentleness. Kindness does not remain an empty concept, even outside the religious. In contemporaneity, when science tends to dominate and the new man and the recent man find support in the formula scientific improvement, kindness finds its way to make the person whole, for the heal her, to help her balance beyond superstition and different dogmas. So we find out how Dr. Hamilton David R. defines kindness in his word, The 5 Effects of Kindness, how he managed to look at it and its dynamics. Kindness is, I quote, the ability to be good, friendly, generous, the inclination to do good. Other possible meanings: gentleness, kindness, compassion, warm heart, condition, benevolence, concern, humanity, consideration, help, charity, generosity. I'm quoting. Also from his work, we learned that, I quote, kindness enriches you with happiness. I'm quoting. It's true. It is one of the effects, and the feelings we have when we witness kindness and another act of moral beauty, or when we do or have good deeds done to us, lead to a wide range of health benefits. We observe how goodness trains many other feelings, how it is born from sacredness in the image and likeness of God, how it is activated in everyday life, how it brings with it happiness and health. The historiography revealed to us has articulation of the concept of good man as a formulation for studying the presence of this concept in fairy tales. We will first present some data about the variants of the stories, demonstrating their origin from Romanian folklore. Then we will briefly present the stories, after which we will formulate our own conclusion, taking into account the opinion of specialist folklorist, philosopher of culture, literati. Starting the work Fairy Tale Morphology by Vladimir Prop, Brandon C. carries out an extensive study about the functions of the story, their syntax, semantics, and pragmatics, analyzing the possibility of the emergence of variants. The folklorist Ovidiu Bârla studies the variant of Kranga stories and emphasizes the strong narrative core, the one that is transmitted in most variants, as well as the value of some additional motifs that speak of the geographic origin, the cultural particularities of certain folklore areas, evident after going through the specific series of stories. We dwell, therefore, on some fairy tales analyzed in our study, and will reveal both Kranga's Romanian writer character as an authentic storyteller, as well as the conclusion that emerged from the study of several variants of the stories. Ovidiu Bârla emphasized from the beginning that the publication of Kranga's stories was not one according to a certain classification of them or according to certain criteria related by the author. The folklorist offers two possible solutions. Either the grouping of prose narrative, I quote, according to the chronologic criterion, in order to better follow the writer's evolution from the authors of didactic narratives to his work entitled Childhood Memories. The second criterion is the arrangement according to the literary species. I'm quoting. Ovidiu Bârla emphasized the originality of Ion Kranga's style, noticed also by the critic Garabeti Brăileanu, presenting the steps that Ion Kranga took until the crystallization of his aura as an authentic storyteller. From Kranga's activity as an author of didactic books to Mihai Minescu's constant urging, I quote, he instilled him his confidence in his creative power of folklore origin and helped him to realize the literary importance of the popular narrative style, urging him to avoid mixing with other written style of literary works. I'm quoting. Ovidiu Bârla mentioned the importance of Jean Boutier's work, I quote, which established broad parallels between Kranga stories and popular Romanian, especially European ones. He established the decided folklore background of Krange stories through painstaking comparison. I'm quoting about Ivan Turbinco, Ovidiu Bârlea mentioned the type of this fairy tale is one of the most widespread in our country, being attested in all the provinces of the country. Then among the Aromanians, I quote, the fairy tale is widespread everywhere in Europe. I'm quoting George Călinescu in his literary investigation, also formulating, I quote, the question we must ask ourselves today, is Krange writings, the fairy tales at least, are folklore and have values as such, or are they literary writings? I'm quoting, we can answer in advance. Ioan Krange is a great prose writer, and only the reader of great artistic sophistication can taste him properly. I'm quoting. Let's study some fairy tales in turn. These in general have an intrinsic pedagogical character that are characterized by good-bad dichotomy, good man, bad man. In the story, everything is symbolic and universal. I'm quoting. In the fairy tale, being a good man, being a bad man, is a problem of self-knowledge. The characters know how to avoid both bad consequences and how to unlock their destiny if they are good. The traveler, the peregrine, is most often a good man, a seeker of a good destiny, and needs help in his peregrination. It is also about good people, travelers in the story Five Breads by Ioan Krange. I quote, two people known to each other were traveling once in the summer on a road. One had 3 breads in his bag and the other 2 breads. For a while, being hungry, they stopped in the shade of a thick tree near a fountain with a trickle. Each took out the loaves he had and began to eat together so they would have a greater appetite. I'm quoting. The story Five Loaves tells the form of commensuality which breaks the form of hospitality when money appears. Along with the 2 travelers, a third appears who asks for the kindness to be received at the table, not having a meal with him. The 2 invite him wholeheartedly. I quote, we invite a good man to feast with us, end quote, said the 2 hikers to the foreign travelers. For the mercy of God, where 2 eat, the third can also eat, end quoting. He is received at the table as a good man, according to some unwritten laws of hospitality towards a hungry hiker. The gesture of goodwill continues, I quote, after they had enough to eat, the foreign traveler takes out 5 coins from the bag and by chance gives to the one who have 3 loaves of bread, saying, accept please, good people, this little thanks from me because you gave me food when needed. You will later honor a glass of wine, or you will do with the money what you want. I am not worthy to thank you for the good you have done me, because I could not see the world before my eyes because of the hunger that I was. The 2 did not really want to receive, but after much persistence on the part of the third, they received. I'm quoting, the gesture of goodwill of the 2 does not go unrewarded, although they did not even think of any reward. They are suggested a continuation of the feast, a glass of wine, which would no longer pose the problem of dividing the money between them. The symbolism of wine appears in the same sense of the initial commensuality. Here is how the anthropologist Nicolae Panan described the symbolism of wine. I quote, wine means aversion, imagination, freedom, touching the divine. That's why maybe you don't share the wine with anyone, just you just offer it. Wine is a symbol of immorality, of joy, and in creation, it is the very symbol of all the gifts that God gave to people. I'm quoting. Nicolae Panan also affirms, I quote, bread symbolizes vivacity, stability, continuity, that conservatives that as a superior productive force meant to shape a tradition. In a word, everything that it represents, or better said, everything that you are to be shared with someone, wife, child, relatives, friends, guests, but also as an offering to the future harvest. I'm quoting. Also about the symbolism of bread, Nicolae Panan highlights, I quote, bread represents the memory of the family, the suffering of the work done for the sowing and the harvesting, but also the joy of gleaning, the hardness of the soil and the softness of the floor, the man and the woman, the family and the divinity. The presence of bread on the table suggests peace, and trust in the future, respect for the ancestors, as well as love for God. That's why bread is not diffused and not wasted. I end quoted. The story Pi loves those high messages that seem much more complex than at first encounter with the text. Money destroys values, breaks symbol, hijacks meanings. This is what happens in the case of our story. When the money is divided between the two original travelers, dissatisfaction arises. The one who had 3 loaves gives the one who only had 2 pennies, and he keeps 3 pennies. The one with 2 wings drags him from the friend to court, dissatisfied with the division made. Here, they receive a fair judgment. The one with 2 pennies must return 1 penny to the other traveler who kept 3 pennies, so they will receive 1 penny and the other 4. The judge demonstration seemed fair. I quote, I suppose they divided 1 loaf into 3 pieces, so they had a total of 15 pieces of bread. The 2 loaves had 6 and the 3 loaves had 9. The 3 ate the 15 pieces equally. This is 5 pieces each. Therefore, the foreign traveler ate 1 piece from the one and 6 pieces and 4 from the one with 9 pieces. Here is the reward: 1 penny to the one with 2 bread and 4 penny to the one with 3 breads. Thus, I call the one with 2 loaves of bread, seeing that he was nowhere else to go, returns the penny to his companion, somewhat regretful, and lives in shame. The one with 3 loaves, however, amazed by such a judgment, thanks the judge and then leaves, saying in wonder, if there were judges like that everywhere, those who are not right would not be angry forever and always in court, as the good society would remain clean. I'm the quoting. The moral of the story concerned the whole society. That's why I think that Jon Kranger did not name the actors of our story in any way, because it could be any of us. The generalization can be produced more easily, with a conclusion weighs more. The story 5 Loaves is a parable about stupidity and human intelligence. Hospitality retains its value. Initially, the 2 travelers who had the bread did not want to receive any money, so the feast is a sign of acceptance of the other. In practice, we can understand it as a ritual context, but also as a gift itself, the verification of existing solidarity, but also the configuration of new ones. I don't know if I have time to present the other story. I will stop here. And the concept of good man in some fairy tales remains an open topic, because some connection with other folk genres of species, such as carols and proper sayings, can always be discovered. And it's beautiful to do this, because the fairy tales and the folklore is an open source for symbolic imaginary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very kind and very interesting presentation. I really appreciate your participation. Any questions? Okay, maybe I will ask my traditional question to you, and then we will move on to the next participant. So do you think that comparative analysis of good men in different folklores could help different cultures, maybe to have a better communication together? And different nations too, like comparative studies of different nations and folklores could help the world become maybe a more friendly place. Just my question, the idea of my question is like this. What do you think on this perspective?
Yes, it's very important to do comparison between different national folklores. As I study, you see many ideas from the Christianity.
Yes, exactly.
For the kindness of good people and a Christian one, but you can find the same good man in different other religious, and also beyond these religious positions, there are also about human spirituality that can speak about the good people and kindness and gentleness in our in our universe.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Milan Ashat from Palaki University, Olomouc. Okay, did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yes, yes.
Okay, very good. Welcome, and the floor is yours. Please start your presentation.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to share my presentation. I hope you see it.
Yes, now we can see
Yes.
it.
Yes?
Yes.
Great. So, and now.
Maybe you can start the slideshow view.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Looks good.
Thank you very much. I am Milan Mašat, and I'm from Palacky University, Olomouc, from the Department of Czech Language and Literature. And I'd like to tell you my presentation about Simon versus the Homo sapiens agenda, an example of the interconnection between technology, imagination, ethics, and the search for one's place in the world. My paper is devoted to the analysis of the publication Simon versus the Homo sapiens agenda by Becky Albertalli. We focus on the ways in which technology affects the perception of the self and the search for one's place in the world. From the selected narrative, we extract motives in which modern communication causes us to doubt ourselves or transgress our own moral principles. The book analyzed is one of the most highly regarded books on LGBTQ+ issues for the post-adolescent reader. McGinn notes that the current young adult literature is a dynamic and multifaceted genre that continues to evolve and expand in various directions. It serves as a significant culture touchstone, reflecting and shaping the identities and experiences of adolescents. One notable trend is the gender's role in transmedia storytelling, where young adult literature often serves as the foundation for expansive transmedia story, worlds, and franchises, bridging the gap between print and digital media and challenging traditional media hierarchies. The latter may sympathize with or define themselves against the main character's, Simon Spears' behavior, particularly because of his similar age to that of the implied readers of this publication. Albertalli states that Simon versus Homo sapiens agenda is a young adult novel that explores the complexities of identity, sexuality, and social norms through the experiences of the main character, Simon Spear. 16-year-old Simon, who is not openly gay, faced the challenge of coming out after an email fall into the wrong hands and threatens to expose his secret and disrupt his life. Gedding and Mercich add that the novel delves into Simon's internal and external struggles and highlights the development of his gay habitus, a concept analyzed through Bourdieu's theory, which includes his attraction to the opposite sex, his adoration and fantasies of the same sex, and his feelings of jealousy and cynicism towards potential competitors. Vonitach and Mustafa underline that the narrative also addresses the performativity of gender and sexuality, and as Simon navigates the pressures of society and cultural norms that often deem non-heteronormative orientations as deviant. This struggle is framed by Judith Butler's idea of gender performativity, which illustrates how Simon's journey challenges and ultimately changes society's view of sexual orientation. The novel is significant in the context of young adult coming out narratives because it highlights the fluidity and privilege that enforce these stories. It suggests that coming out narratives should be seen as malleable and subject to change based on social cultural circumstances rather than adhering to a fixed formula. Lastly, the novel also touches on the broader social community's impact on a gay individual's life, reflecting on how social attitudes and interactions shape Simon's experiences and psychological states. As can be seen, the publication Simon versus Homo sapiens agenda has been subjected to considerable scholarly reflection since its publication, especially with focus on the presentation of gay themes or issues of gender and heteronormativity. However, did not find papers that have addressed the role of technology in this publication, focusing on its influence on the process of self-perception and concerns about the self-perceptions of one's social environment. In this paper, I answer these questions. What role does Simon and Blue's email communication play in terms of self-perceptions? How does email affect Simon's shifting ethical and moral boundaries? What role do social networks play in the book? And what role does technology play in Simon's social environment? As we already indicated, there have been several scholarly articles and essays on the publications we have analyzed, most of which focus on the exceptional nature of this narrative in the context of contemporary young adult LGBTQ+ literature. The themes of the novel can be linked to the Simon's effect in cognitive psychology, whereby the practice and transmission effect influences responses to stimuli, suggesting that repeated exposure and social conditioning can shape individuals' responses to issues of gender and sexual identity. Furthermore, the novel's exploration of identity and social norms can be paralleled with Anne Simon's concept of zoopoetics, which emphasizes a radical attention to the non-human and the literary, suggesting a broader, more inclusive understanding of identity and existence beyond human-centered norms. Simon navigates his identity through a complex interplay of internal and external challenges, reflecting the multifaceted journey of self-discovery and adaptation. In the professional realm, Simon transitions from a confident claims manager to a confused employee, a shift that is internally transformative but externally unnoticed, highlighting the dissonance between his internal state and external perception. This internal turmoil is mirrored in his personal life, where Simon, a 16 years old, who is not openly gay, faces the threat of his secret being exposed, compelling him to step out of his comfort zone and confront his fears of alienation and self-compromise. The theoretical framework of the self-aspect model of identity provides a lens to understand Simon's navigation of his identity, particularly in the context of minority contra majority relations and intercultural contact, which are crucial as he grapples with his sexual orientation and its implication in heteronormative society. A critical discourse analysis of the film Love, Simon reveals that concealing his sexual orientation leads to negative influences such as breakup distress, which further complicates his relationship and emotional well-being. This is consistent with the findings of a study on the burden associated with keeping secrets, which suggests that the cognitive burden associated with keeping secrets is associated with negative affect and may lead to relational distancing. Secrecy may paradoxically increase attraction and obsessive preoccupation with the secret relationship, as evidenced in studies where secret relationships were more likely to be target to obsessive thoughts and greater attraction when kept secret. Matos states that the narrative further complicates the traditional coming out narrative by emphasizing the vicissitudes and privileges associated with the process and encouraging readers to consider how social cultural factors such as class, gender, race, and cultural background influence the coming out experience. At the heart of the novel is Simon's journey towards self-acceptance and his courage to step out of his comfort zone, especially when his secret is threatened to be revealed, forcing him to face his fears and desires. In Albertali's novel, technology plays a key role in the development of the characters as it affects their relationships, perceptions, and the overall structure of the narrative. The integration of technological artifacts such as telephones, televisions, and computers significantly affects the character of digital communication tools facilitates virtual storytelling, which is essential to character development as it allows character to engage in decision-making, abstract thinking, creativity, and discovery. This aligns with the broader discourse on how technological devices influence human interactions and social norms, as seen in the analysis of discourses around gender, its novel from 1947 to 2017, where technology reinforces traditional ideologies while creating new ideologies for characters. The description of technology in the novel can be compared to the role of photography in art, where it provides alternative perspective and meanings, allowing characters or rethink their surroundings and relationships. We use literary narrative content analysis to analyze the text. Narrative content analysis is a multifaceted approach that combines the strengths of both qualitative content analysis and narrative analysis to provide a comprehensive understanding of textual data. That content analysis of literary narrative is a methodological approach used to analyze and interpret the underlying themes, structures, and meaning of literary works. This technique involves various strategies and tools to reveal the multiple layers of narrative. We are convinced that the chosen methodological approach is quite adequate to fulfill the aim of the paper to provide answers to the above questions. We read the analyzed publication several times, focusing on the role of technology in Albertali's novel. Among other things, Babadianova states that repeated reading, where an individual reads the same text multiple times, has been shown to significantly improve narrative comprehensions. In this part of my presentation, I present the results of the narrative content analysis, in which we focus on providing answers to the following questions. You can see them. What role does Simon and Blue's email communication play in terms of self-perception? The email communication between Simon and Blue is a major aspect of both boys' self-awareness. Through online communication, they gradually get to know each other, but also themselves. They can explain their feelings, their desires, and moods. The gradual opening of their relationships can be seen, for example, in the transformation of the signature when in late emails Simon signs himself Love Simon. This, at first glance, banal change is one of the key aspects of Simon's self-awareness. Not only is he aware of himself, he fully admits that he is gay, but at the same time he falls in love with Blue. It can be stated that email communication also has a similar or even therapeutic effect for Blue. Although he is fully aware of his sexual orientation, he hesitates to come out. After chat with Simon gives him encouragement, and he announces his orientation to the family. After all, boys coming out has similar contours. The important thing is that they are not alone in this step, but can share it with each other, even though they have not seen each other yet and know each other only by nicknames. Nevertheless, Simon writes in one email, "First of all, I want to say this. I know who you are. I mean, I still don't know your name, what you look like, etc. I'm trying to say that I know you well. You're smart and careful and quirky and funny. You notice things around you, you can listen, but you don't poke your nose into other people's things. You're just interested. You think everything through carefully, you remember the little things, and you always say the right thing. I'm glad we got to know each other so thoroughly." Email communication therefore shapes boys' self-awareness by various means. McAllister states that email communication significantly affects self-perception through various mechanisms as evidenced by numerous studies. Self-perception theory, which assumes that individuals infer their own attitudes and feelings from their behavior, can be used to understand how people perceive themselves when they engage in email communication. For example, when individuals disclose personal information via email, they may attribute higher levels of trust and likability, which enhances positive self-perceptions. This is consistent with the broader concept that self-disclosure, whether of high or low intimacy, affects perceptions of trust and respect by both sender and receiver. How does email affect Simon's shifting ethical and moral boundaries? Email communication pushes Simon's ethical and moral boundaries in two areas. The first of these is his open communication with Blue about various aspects of sex. Until then, it was given only in Simon's imagination. He didn't tell anyone about them. Blue do encourage him to communicate more openly in various areas of life, even in those that were beyond certain boundaries for him until then. That's right. When they question the rights of homosexuals, we will question the rights of all Homo sapiens. That's really what we're after, right? So I'm curious. Banana, hot dog, cucumber, more like a huge baguette. Blue, I'm delighted with your huge baguette. The second narrative line that pushes Simon's moral and ethical boundaries is when he is blackmailed by Martin. He gets hold of Simon's email communication with Blue in the school's computer room, and if Simon doesn't arrange a date with Abby, Simon's friend, Martin is determined to publish Simon's correspondence. Simon goes beyond his principles and arranges Martin's date with Abby, even being able to use some lies to achieve this goal. What role do social networks play in the book? Social networks, especially the internal communication network of the high school, which all the actors attend, play a significant role in the narrative. Through this network, Simon's unwanted coming out occurs when a love-struck and disappointed Martin posts a comment announcing Simon's homosexuality. It's therefore an unwanted means of Simon's coming out, which he did not voluntarily choose, but which he identifies with and does not question. The second level of this social network is Blue's published status, in which he anonymously confesses his life and his secret. Simon's response to his status and thus their online communication begins. What role does technology play in Simon's social environment? Lionel et al. State that technology in young adult literature is a multifaceted topic that significantly shapes the narrative and character's development. Contemporary young adult novels often incorporate various forms of digital communication, such as texting, email, blogs, and social networking sites to maintain a narrative voice and explore themes such as identity construction, interpersonal relationships, and family relationships. The integration reflects the true digital engagement of youth and highlights both the benefits and challenges of technology use. Authors are in a stage of ingenuity, experimenting with new text formats to reach tech-savvy readers growing up in a digital participatory culture reshaping the very idea of what constitutes a book. Simon's social environment is primarily determined by the online communication channel of the high school he attends. Not only do they serve as anonymous confessional, but they are also, in a way, a tool for bullying or other oral attacks on classmates. Simon's entire social environment lives through this communication channel and serves them primarily as a source of unsubstantiated information. The integration of technology into everyday life also affects character education, emphasizing the need to balance technological prowess with the development of moral and ethical values to ensure the formation of well-rounded individuals. The rapid adoption of technology by young people in everyday life highlights their adaptability and the transformative impact of digital tools on their social interactions and self-perceptions. In the article, we gave answers to 4 questions. What role does Simon and Blue's email communication play in terms of self-perception? How does email affect Simon's shifting ethical and moral boundaries? What role do social networks play in the book? What role does technology play in Simon's social environment? Technology plays a pivotal, although the publication Simons versus Homo sapiens agenda reflected to a large extent by the professional public, we focused on narrative lines that were somewhat neglected, the role of technology. Technology plays a pivotal role in both Simon and Blue's self-discovery. They meet through the school's social network and start writing to each other anonymously. Gradually, also due to anonymity and impersonal communication, they open to each other and begin to communicate about topics that are taboo in their communication with those around them. Technology will also cause their coming out. Simon's unwanted, his sexual orientation is revealed on the school social network by his classmate Martin. On the other hand, coming out in both Simon's and Blue's families will take place personally with their mutual support. Email and social media will also cause Simon's ethical and moral guardrails. Because of Martin's blackmail, but also in a positive sense, in communication with the mysterious Blue. The general opinion of Simon's social environment, which in most cases is heteronormative, is mainly shaped by anonymous comments on the school network, which after Simon's public coming out becomes a kind of platform for confessions and confessions of various types. We see the consequences of the study mainly in presenting a different perspective on the analyzed narrative, namely from the focus of the role of technology for self-knowledge and the level of finding one's place in the world and in one's social environment. This view, if of the LGBTQ plus young adult publication, is new in my opinion. We see the limits of our study mainly in the fact that we were based on the translation of the English original. For further research in this area, it would be appropriate to analyze, for example, the sociolinguistic parameters of Simon's email communication with Blue or their semantic fields. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very detailed description and for a very insightful information of this topic. Basically, all the questions that I had regarding their communication and the use of media have been answered already in the presentation. I just have another question because we're talking about email communication, the use of technology, which means it gives more opportunities for people to learn about the world and maybe to communicate with people having different mindsets. What do you think? From the perspective of email communication and technologies that bring the world together, if our heroes were placed in a society where there were like immediate survival issues in terms of wars, insecurities, and hunger, would there be any shift between personal identity issues and these immediate survival concerns? What do you think? I'm very curious if this technology brings these heroes together closer to people who are facing these immediate survival concerns versus personal identity issues? Thank you.
Wow, it's quite a hard question. I think that new technologies, for example, emails, AI, is a good tool for example, meetings someone new.
Yes.
But I think we must be very good in critical thinking and choose the way how we choose these tools. And in some way of our life, it's good, and it's really good, and I see a lot of positives. But on other hand, it's in this connection we don't have our self-perception. We only see ourselves through the focus of our surroundings or neighbor. So we should balance this.
Right. Yeah, right. Thank you very much. It was really very interesting, and your analysis was just very, very insightful. Thank you. Okay, and if other participants have questions, I guess we're going to have the question and answer section after all the speakers make their presentations. Thank you once again, dear Milan. And now we have Massimo Gaon, right, if I'm not mistaken, as our next speaker. Hello, you are representing University of Tor Vergata, right?
Yeah.
So we are all looking forward to your presentation. The floor is yours. Please begin.
Thank you. So first of all, I try to share my screen. Okay. Let's try. Okay, so I'm trying just to.
We see only black screen right now. Yep, now the presentation is there.
Okay, can everybody hear me, perhaps?
I can hear you. Can everybody hear Massimo?
Sorry, I'm having some connection problems as well.
I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know if my screen is available.
Yeah, it's available to me. And if anybody is experiencing problems seeing or hearing Massimo, please just write a note or let us know. As at this moment, I can hear you and see the presentation perfectly.
Okay, so my presentation will be quite short today because, as you can see from the title, the topic is very large, and several volumes probably wouldn't suffice to highlight it. So I would like just to give some hints and some suggestions about a normative issue that, from a macro-sociological point of view, we can, in a certain way, understand when we talk about ICTs and democracy dualism. Particularly, I will try and talk about Orwell's Newspeak as a particular cultural device that still, in my opinion, has some kind of normative potential that hasn't been taken advantage of fully. So By current definitional standards, ICTs, of course, go back to the invention of writing. And if we talk about digital ICTs, we can see that many topics and events concerning our political life in the 21st century have been deeply affected by the spread of conspiracism in new forms, for example, of course, can provide some fruitful insight into this analysis. And of course, these are topics that are really well known in sociological current debate. So this was just to ground a little bit my presentation. And well, a recurring question in this debate is if ICTs have turned out to be detrimental to democratic life when one adds pros and cons. And one thinks, for example, of deep conspiracy phenomenons, conspiracy belief phenomenons. Or on the other way around, the problem is a problem of expertise and of managing regulation and basically control of ICTs. I think about Jason Brennan's epistocracy proposal from a political philosophy point of view, for example. This has been quite a topic, of course, in the current debate. So if we take option A, I'm assuming that democracy is a social good that must be preserved. And if we assume this position, we might see the question from another point of view, taking advantage of deliberative theory. So the basic idea would be that we need to focus on how ICTs influence the political will's formation, to talk in Habermas' well-known terms. And the question would be, as for example, Cass Sunstein and other authors have highlighted, how algorithm-led access to information is charged of undermining the very preconditions of deliberative processes. Because the problem is that if democracy is, and democratic legitimacy is basically concerned with will formation and intersubjective communication, then if we have polarization of the access to contents, then we have a critical issue in this very moment. So if we had to depict this problem, and we could see that also in other presentations today, one might argue that there's a kind of circularity or aporia between constitutional rights, so some basic ideas of individual freedom on one hand, and infosphere's regulation efforts on the other hand. And from this point of view, one can say that dystopian narratives offer a normative insight into this topic. We saw, for example, we saw before that right-wing parties or left-wing parties have some kind of how can we say that, some kind of appropriation of social imaginaries concerning how ICTs can control communication. And in this social imaginaries debate, we have this kind of shift between constitutional rights and infosphere regulation. There's a tension between these items. So if we take a look to our cultural heritage, and particularly to dystopian narratives, this is my claim today, we can argue that social imaginaries wield some normative power that can add a decisive element into this debate. Because newspeak, I'm assuming, of course, then in Q&A session, I will be very happy to answer some questions if there are about newspeak. I'm assuming that as a literary classic, there's some basic knowledge of George Orwell's novel and story. So if we take newspeak as a literary term of comparison, we might say that after all, what happened with newspeak is just a kind of exaggeration, is a model of what could be, of what could happen. But if we analyze the literary artifact that newspeak is actually, we might see that there's something more at stake with Orwell's incredible novel. These are just some examples, some quotes that I wanted to highlight that that somehow, in my opinion, highlight perfectly how Newspeak has some features. First, there's a kind of reduction in complexity of linguistic functions. And two, there's the suppression of critical thought as depending on this reduction of complexity in language. But at the same time, Orwell provided something different, actually, because this is taken from the appendix to 1984. There's this quote, this other quote, "Old thinkers unbellyfill insop," that in Orwell's universe means that those who were not born after the beginning, the very beginning of Newspeak, on a certain level cannot really understand English socialism as the doctrine of this totalitarian state we're talking about in George Orwell's universe. And well, at this point, one might argue that Orwell had actually foreseen a decisive element in language. So this could be interpreted, this quote, on another level, which means that democratic vocabulary has some not reducible critical standpoint that also carries an emancipatory power. And if we take this perspective, and after all, if we examine how the Big Brother has his power mainly related to language, not on control and violence per se, and if we analyze how Newspeak so conceived of this kind of language that couldn't actually fully suppress the already existing language, we might conceive in this normative debate another kind of rights, which could be called perhaps language rights, embedded in democratic collective imaginaries. So this is just the claim and the suggestion that I wanted somehow to bring about here, is that if we consider dystopian narratives, and in particularly Orwell's 1984, considered as a particular declination of our social imaginaries, there's some normative benchmark on which to, how can we say that, on which to enter into this kind of loop and aporia between constitutional rights and infospheres regulation, which we were talking about, after all, before. And not only this could provide deeper sociological understanding of ICT's impact on democracy, but it could really also provide some normative track and research pathway for understanding how social imaginaries can influence these technological issues and environmental epochal issues. These are just some references that I mentioned in my presentation. And as I told before, this is a very big topic, so I prefer to just suggest and hint. And then if there are some questions, I would be very happy to deepen that. I would like just to finish this short presentation by arguing that in the apparent aporia between constitutional rights and infospheres regulation efforts, social imaginaries wield a normative benchmark that could add a decisive sociological understanding of this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Orwell's Animal Farm is, of course, something that is highly discussed in various countries, in various political and not non-political milieu, I can say. And that is something that at times we think that is ruling, like the ideologies from this narrative are ruling people's mindsets. Yeah, I hope that there will be questions regarding your presentation as well as other presentations. And I was thinking about the following. What do you think? How does the concept of Newspeak provide insights into challenges faced by modern democracies in regulating ITCs, information and communication technologies. So how does this concept provide insights into challenges?
I always think about, for example, the famous Mark Zuckerberg's answer to the parliament, who was questioning technologies underlying Facebook. And I remember that Zuckerberg, at a certain point, just said that there's some kind of inner, inner and main freedom, individual freedom, that cannot be trespassed by any form of public regulation. I think Newspeak can, in this sense, add a decisive normative benchmark, because then the question arises: whether language preservation and language rights in this democratic opening, sense, if this is somehow a precondition of inner individual's freedom. So from this point of view, this would be an answer to Zuckerberg's objection. And this, in my humble opinion, highlights how social imaginaries wield normative potential into this debate, which was, if I remember correctly, then would be very happy to debate about that, what Professor Lavorgna was telling us about this chasm between right-wing and left-wing appropriation, social imaginary. Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I'd like to see you having this discussion after we finish all the presentations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, and we have our final speaker at this section, Giuseppe Cuscuna, if I'm not mistaken, from the University of Catania. Hello, we're very happy to have you here.
Yeah. So my name is Giuseppe Cuscuna. I am a PhD researcher in the University of Catania and in CNR IRCES in Turin. So today I'm talking about pilgrimage literature, and medieval pilgrimage literature represents a fascinating confluence of spirituality, adventure, and cultural exchange, encapsulating the deeply rooted human desire to connect with the sacred. These texts, ranging from itineraries to spiritual reflections, offer invaluable insight into the medieval collective imagination, particularly in relation to the Holy Land, to Jerusalem. Over the centuries, these narratives have shaped the perception of sacred space, transforming physical journeys into metaphysical quests for of new technologies with the corpus of medieval pilgrimage texts opens unprecedented opportunities for scholars to analyze and reinterpret these materials, all dimensions of pilgrimage. The advent of digital codicology and multimedia tools has revolutionized. Yeah?
Your voice was interrupted. Yeah, I can hear you now. Your voice was interrupted for a second. I just wanted to make sure that everybody can hear you. Guys, can everybody hear Giuseppe?
I'm having
Okay, Massimo, you have difficulty hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I can try to take off my... Maybe it will be better.
Yeah, right now it's much better. I think probably, yeah, there is probably maybe an issue with different devices, because at times we can hear you perfectly. Right now I can hear you better. And do you have a presentation? Hello?
Can I go? Sorry.
Hello? Can you speak something, just a few words, so that I can make sure I can hear you perfectly? Hello? Can you say something? Hello? Hello? Just speak so that we can understand whether we can hear you or not. Hello? Just unmute your microphone and start speaking. Your microphone is muted now. Unmute your microphone. Okay.
So maybe now you can hear me. Is it better now?
Sometimes your voice is interrupted, but at least I can understand what you're speaking. what you're saying.
Okay, I'm really sorry, but here I am in the university and the connection is not really perfect. So
okay,
maybe Giuseppe, you can stop your webcam so that the connection would be better.
Yeah,
okay,
I guess.
I'm sorry for this, but I'm going to do this. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. Okay.
So the advent of digital codicology and multimedia tool has revolutionized the study of medieval texts, enabling more sophisticated methods of visualization, analysis, and interpretation. Through digitalization, scholars can now access and examine the ancient texts with greater precision, uncovering connections and contexts that were previously obscured. This technological bridge between the past and the present not only revitalizes pilgrimage narratives, but also makes them more accessible and relevant to contemporary audiences. The ability to map out the journeys described in this text, both literally and metaphorically, allows for a deeper exploration of the collective imagination that shaped the medieval understanding of the Holy Land. In this essay, we will explore the development and classification of medieval pilgrimage literature, examining its origin in classical genres and its evolution into a distinct literary form. We will consider how technological innovations are transforming the study of this text, making it possible to delve into their complex layers of meaning with unprecedented depth. By analyzing how pilgrimage literature contributes to the construction of the medieval Christian consciousness of the Holy Land, we aim to highlight the enduring significance of these narratives and their potential for new interpretations in the digital age. The significance of pilgrimage literatures lies in its unique ability to document both the physical and spiritual dimensions of medieval travel. Pilgrimage, as an act of devotion, was not merely a journey to a sacred place, but a profound expression of faith, embodying the pilgrim's quest for divine truth and spiritual fulfillment. The Holy Land, in particular, held a central place in the medieval Christian imagination, symbolizing the ultimate destination of this quest. The physical landscapes described in pilgrimage texts, from the desert of the Sinai to the streets of Jerusalem, are imbued with spiritual meaning, serving as metaphors for the soul's journey towards God. The relationship between medieval pilgrimage and all the subgenres that are wildly and inextricably intertwined with countless variables is, as mentioned, devoid of classical precedents and therefore lacks paradigmatic models. No work with this context exists in the canon passed down to Romance posterity. Authors often rely on direct, first-hand memories, and for this reason, systematic verification of truthfulness is impossible, but also on what has been told to them, what they have read, or what they have heard, and this distinction is not often made explicit. As a result, a sense of déjà vu accompanies the reader who travels multiple travel texts. The impression is that not only are the same things narrated, but that the same words are used as well. In this sense, we could say that the Holy Land in the medieval period were perceived by Christians both as a distant, other and dangerous place, and as a land, holy indeed, that was spiritually and cultically close. As a result, the library on the Holy Land, in addition to classics like Burcardo's Descriptio Terrae Sancte or significant works like Felix Fabry's Evagatorium, consists of very similar texts that are copied and enriched by the experience of other devotees. The author's conscious adherence to a writing tradition involves the adoption of recurring themes, topoi, that far from representing a blind and uncritical adherence to the model, provide an opportunity for the evolution of the work according to a personal narrative originality. The topos, therefore, is closely related to the work and can impose its rules, but it is also the starting point for a possible thematic and stylistic variation that form the foundation of every innovation. Medieval pilgrimage literature encompasses a wide range of texts, from detailed itineraries that provide practical information about travel routes to richly descriptive accounts of the sacred sites visited by pilgrims. One of the earliest examples of such literature is the travelogue of Egeria, a Spanish nun who journeyed to the Holy Land in the 4th century. Her detailed account of her pilgrimage, which includes descriptions of the liturgical practices she observed and the biblical sites she visited, offers a rare glimpse into the early Christian experience of the Holy Land.
Ejuria's narrative is not only a very valuable historical document, but also a reflection of the deep spiritual significance that the sacred place held for medieval pilgrims. Another notable example is the travel diary of Leonardo di Niccolò Frescobaldi, a Florentine aristocrat who visited the Holy Land nearly 1,000 years after Egeria. Frescobaldi's account provides a fascinating contrast to Egeria's, reflecting the changes in pilgrimage practices and evolving perception of the Holy Land over the centuries. While Egeria's narrative is deeply rooted in the liturgical and scriptural traditions of early Christianity, Frescobaldi's account is more secular in tone, focusing on the cultural and historical aspects of the site he visited. This shift in perspective highlights the dynamic nature of pilgrimage literature, which evolved in response to changing social, religious, and cultural context. A proof of the full maturity of the genre is the experimentation found in the early 130,000. A group of Florentine pilgrims undertook a long pilgrimage and wrote free text based on what is likely shared notes narrating the same experience in an almost synoptic manner. It thus becomes clear that there is an exchange of ideas and travel impressions, even though each text retains a certain independence from the other. The pilgrimage to the Holy Land was seen as a physical manifestation of the spiritual journey towards salvation, with each step on the road to Jerusalem symbolizing a stage in the pilgrim ascent toward God. This metaphorical dimension of pilgrimage is vividly captured in the text of the period, which often blend description of the physical landscape with allegorical interpretations of the journey. The Holy Land, in this context, represents not just a geographical destination, but a symbolic space where the earthly and the divine intersect. This intersection of the sacred and the metaphysical is a recurring theme in pilgrimage literature, reflecting the medieval belief in the transformative power of the pilgrimage experience. The integration of technological innovation into the study of medieval pilgrimage literatures has opened up new avenues for research, offering scholars unprecedented tools for analyzing and interpreting this text. Digital codicology, for instance, allows for the creation of high-resolution digital images of medieval manuscripts, enabling detailed examination of the text without the risk of damaging the original documents. This not only improves accessibility, but also facilitates the study of paleography, codicology, and textual transmission, allowing scholars to trace the evolution of a text from its early manuscript to its later printed editions. Multimedia tools such as interactive maps and 3D reconstruction of pilgrimage routes and sites provide new ways of visualizing the journeys described in pilgrimage literature. These tools make it possible to map out the itineraries followed by pilgrims, offering insight into their geographical and cultural context of their journeys. By overlaying these maps with data from the manuscript, scholars can trace the movement of text and ideas across different regions and time periods, revealing the networks of exchange that shape the medieval Christian understanding of the Holy Land. The use of digital tools also enhances interdisciplinary research, allowing scholars from different fields such as history, literature, anthropology, and philology to collaborate on the analysis of pilgrimage texts. For example, digital database of pilgrimage literature can be cross-referenced with archaeological data, enabling a more comprehensive understanding of the historical and cultural context of the pilgrimage experience. Similarly, the use of digital tools in the study of thematics, the analysis of the relationship between different manuscript versions of a text, can reveal the ways in which pilgrimage narratives were transmitted and transformed over time. One of the key advantages of digital technology in the study of medieval pilgrimage literature is its ability to bring this ancient text to life for contemporary audience. By creating digital edition of pilgrimage text, complete with interactive annotation and multimedia enhancement, scholars can make this text more accessible and engaging for readers. For instance, a digital edition of a pilgrimage diary could include links to images of the sites described in the text, allowing readers to explore these locations virtually as they read. This not only reaches the reading experience, but also helps to convey the sense of wonder and devotion that characterize for medieval pilgrimage. An interesting element regarding the creation of a collective imaginary is that one of the characteristics of the genre was to describe all the places precisely as mentioned in the Bible. The Bible is the text that has shaped the imagination of the pilgrims more than any other, and often the effort to align the biblical descriptions with what the pilgrims actually saw, which was often very different, is evident. In fact, two trends develop, one idealizing and the other less frequent, realistic, which clearly exposes the difference between reality and the biblical description, or those of other pilgrims who followed the Bible. One of the most exciting possibilities offered by the integration of technology with medieval pilgrimage literature is the ability to reconstruct the collective imagination that shaped medieval perception of the Holy Land. By mapping the itineraries followed by both the pilgrims themselves and the manuscript that tell their stories, scholars can gain new insight into the ways in which these texts circulated and were received in different regions and time periods. The integration of new technology after exciting opportunity for scholars to explore and design tests. By using digital tools to analyze, map, and visualize pilgrimage narratives, we can gain new insight into the collective imagination that shaped the medieval Christian consciousness of Jerusalem. This technological innovation, as we continue to develop and refine these digital tools, we will undoubtedly uncover new layers of meaning in this text, revealing the rich and complex way in which medieval pilgrims engaged with the sacred. The future of pilgrimage studies lies in this intersection of tradition and innovation, where the ancient and the modern come together to illuminate the enduring significance of the pilgrimage experience. In this way, technology becomes not just a tool for studying the past, but a bridge that connects us to the spiritual journeys of those who came before us, making the story and insight alive and meaningful in our own time.
Giuseppe?
Yeah.
Finished?
Yeah, I finished.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. That was really very interesting. And, as you talked about the research of network, I want to let you know that with the Institute of Literature of the National Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Armenia, we have just started conducting a research study on the character of the Armenian pilgrimage in medieval periods. And, Armenia has a lot of religious literature, and the Armenian pilgrims traveled in different holy places starting from the 1st century. So if you would be interested, maybe we could also share get in touch later and see if we can do something together to make our research more multifaceted.
It will be really interesting, because I think that the pilgrimage is an incredible social phenomenon. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you very much for your very insightful and interesting information. And so I have another question related to your topic. What do you think? Can you elaborate on how the evolution of pilgrimage literature from classical itineraries to personal diaries reflects the changes in medieval attitudes towards spirituality and travel?
Yeah, it's really interesting to analyze the history of this text, because if you read the most ancient ones, like for example the itineraries, they are just a list of dates and places.
Yeah,
that's all, just a list of dates. But as time goes on, more and more people are interested in knowing how this place actually look, because the Bible is always the reference text, but reality was really different. Jerusalem is a city
please turn off your camera so that we can hear you. Sorry. Turn off your camera, please.
As time goes by, how this kind of offer.
Sorry.
As time goes by, this don't worry, becomes always more and more sophisticated, and details are added. And it's really interesting, because it's like if this becomes like an autonomous genre. And in the medieval literature, this occupies are really a lot of space, but it's not really studied because literally talking, they are not really qualitative because they are like always similar one to another. But if you study them in depth, you can see the personal inside of every author. So I think it's really interesting to note how this genre develops.
Yes, exactly. So I will make sure to get in touch with you, and maybe we can have something together and share the research results and outcomes, because really travel literature, especially from medieval times, is of significant importance to bridge like the past with the future through present, and also to have cultural and literary connections with the different with the pilgrims representing different nationalities and different cultures and different linguistic backgrounds. Thank you very much.
This is really a beautiful coincidence. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, dear speakers, dear guests, I guess this is the end of our presentation at this section. And now I invite you to have a kind of discussion, question and answer section. If you have any questions regarding our speakers, I just to remind you that we had Francesco Barbalance from the University of Dante Alighieri with his presentation about technoscientific imaginary of ecological sensibility. Anita Lavorgna from University of Bologna with socio-technical imaginaries of artificial intelligence in EU law, making a focus on crime and security. Antonio Opromolla from Link Campus University of Rome with the topic applying AI in public service, the perspective of young adults and AI experts. Gabriela Buanju from the Institute for Socio-Human Researchers, helping others and helping yourself in Romanian folklore, ethics and symbolic imaginary. We had Milan Mashad from Balati University, Olomouc Simon versus the Homo sapiens agenda, technology, imagination, ethics and self-concept. Massimo Caon from the University of Tor Vergata with the topic related to dystopian narratives as a hermeneutics of ITCs, democracy, dualism, and Giuseppe Cuscuna from the University of di Catania with the text Holy Land, from manuscripts to smartphones towards a digital codicology of pilgrimage literature. I hope I pronounced everybody's names and topics correctly. So I invite all of you to share your points of views, maybe to say something that you have missed or to ask questions. And in the end, I would like everybody to open their cameras just to have a group picture for the conference, if you don't mind. We still have 3 people who didn't want to share. Of course, if you don't like to share your cameras, that's okay. Thank you. Oh, okay, sorry. I will wait for Gabriela and Maria Sayan. Then I will share these photos with the EFTR Foundation, just in case they want to keep that in their data. Okay, guys, thank you. If you have any questions or if you have anything to share, I would be very happy to have your opinions, to have your questions.
It was very pleasure to hear this session.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to have you in our conference.
If I can say that it was like nice to see how the notion of imaginaries can really help us, I would say, unpack and see all this dynamics in so many different topics. So it's nice that despite the kind of multidisciplinary like approach that each of us was sharing, there is still this something in common, right? So thank you for giving us the opportunity to present here.
Right, thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I guess it's time to finish our session. If we have no more questions, that was really a pleasure having you all participate in our EFTR's annual conference. I hope that we will all keep in touch and share our research interests, our research findings, and then this cooperation will lead something new in terms of global communication, in terms of communication between cultures, between nations, and between identities. And in our today's troubled world, I think that the most important thing that technology can give us is to bring the world and people closer together, so that maybe through mutual understanding and through joint efforts, we can make the world a more peaceful place and a more prosperous place for humanity to survive, to embrace differences, to respect differences, and also to try to make sure that science and technology contribute to the development of humanity and contributes to the fact that we can make the world one step closer to peaceful coexistence, let's say. So I was very happy to join you from Armenia today, and I was very happy to have all of you. We still have sections 3 and 4 in the afternoon, and then we have our closing remarks. So I hope that all of you have the links, and I will be able to see all of you in our afternoon session. So I don't say goodbye, I just say see you later, and I wish you have a great weekend. And so thank you once again for being part of our conference today. Goodbye and see you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Great.
Yes, and sorry, Fardui, how do you pronounce your name?
You pronounce it perfectly, just with D or T sound. Varduhi or Vartuhi.
Vardui, Baloyan?
Yes.
Okay, great. And so maybe I would like to ask to Valentina Dauria and Francesco Notari if your colleagues are going to come, or if it's only the two of you are going to do the two presentations. Because
no, I've got presentation. I've got presentation. Yeah, I don't need testing. I think it will run okay.
Yeah, okay, great. And
I'm for my contribution, I'm the only one who will present today, but I think Professor Adele will connect lately in this call.
Okay, now just to know if we have to wait for the other people. So you will be the one presenting.
I'm the only one who will present.
Okay, fine. And Valentina?
Yes, me too. Yes, me too. I'm the only presenter.
Okay, great. So basically, we meet the colleagues from the University of Lisboa, Giussara Roland and Anna Delicato. They are not here, right? I see like a name which I can't connect to a person who is Gun Italia, but I suppose that's a technical device. Probably no one. So yes, and maybe I can anticipate that based on the indications that you already received, the idea is to have these 15 minutes presentations on your part, and then at the end we'll do the Q&A and general debate. And also we know that we have a person missing with Dario Pizzul from University of Pavia, who will not be able to participate. So we have some more time. So if you want to have like a 15 plus a little bit more, it's not a big deal. We can have a little bit more of time just if you need.
Yeah.
And that's great. We have also the colleagues from Portugal, Giussara Roland. Is this correct pronunciation? Hi. Hi, nice to meet you. And are you going to be the only one presenting, or is Anna also coming? No. Okay, great. So I think the group is complete now. So I just would like to welcome you all, and I'm very glad to be coordinating this panel. I'll introduce myself because I'm actually new to the group. And my name is Erika Vernacchi. I'm researcher at the Telematic University of Pegaso Telematic University. And my main themes of research are gender and cultural norms. So actually a transversal dimension that it cuts across many themes, and there will be at least one presentation in this group which will be focusing on gender. And I'm actually very glad because I think that this panel is very rich, both in terms of geographical distribution and in terms of content. So we have people from Armenia, from the Russian Armenian University, from Portugal, and from some Italian universities. And I was actually looking at the call of this conference, and I think that in this panel, we have papers and presentation almost from all the themes that were indicated in the call. So we do have presentations about fairy tale and folklore and how this links with technology, and this is going to be the first presentation. We have presentations about the ethical perspective of technology. We have obviously presentations about imaginary and technology, and we also have the topic of the environment, which is very key at present times. So I just don't want to take too much space, and so we could start with the first presentation by Fardui Baloyan. And she is going to talk about from Aesop to up the evolution of the town mouse and the country mouse in technological context. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. Just before I start, can you see my presentation and can you hear me properly?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so I'm Fardui Baloyan. I'm representing Armenia. I am also representative of EFTR from Hovhannes Tumanian Museums of Armenia, and also the scientific board member of EFTR. I am a PhD research student at the Institute of Literature of National Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Armenia. My research focuses on translating children's literature of the 19th century, mostly English literature, but I also studied throughout my research children's literature written in German, French, Italian. And so from all these research experience today, I decided to talk about one of the most famous fables of Aesop and see how it evolved throughout time and through various means of technology. So my research topic is titled From Aesop to Apps, the Evolution of the Town Mouse and the Country Mouse in Technological Contexts. And I'm very excited to explore this fascinating journey of this wonderful tale and see how its evolution through various technological contexts where this technological development led us. So the tale, which has captivated audiences for centuries, it's not just a simple story about two mice with different lifestyles. It represents a deeper narrative about adaptability, cultural exchange, taste, and simple desire to live in peace in one's own home. Before I proceed with my presentation, I just want to say that this picture was also done through AI because we're talking about technology and imaginary. So I asked AI to just think about this fable and see how this ancient tale resonates with modern computers and technology. But this picture is what just a random AI image making application showed me. I hope you like it. Okay, so before moving forward, I want to talk about the origin of this fable. And we can trace its origin back to ancient folklore, with Aesop's version embodying fundamental themes of comfort versus fear. The fable, which is attributed to Aesop by most scholars, is number 352 in the Perry Index and type 112 in Arne Thompson's folktale index. I have presented here one of the versions written by Joseph Jacobs. In the original tale, a proud town mouse visits his cousin in the country, and the country mouse offers the city mouse a meal of simple country cuisine, at which the visitor scoffs and invites the country mouse back to the city for a taste of fine life. And the two cousins dine on white bread and other fine foods. But their rich feast is interrupted by a cat, which forces the cousins to abandon their meal and retreat back into their mouse hole for safety. The town mouse tells the country mouse that the cat killed his mother and father and that he's frequently targeted to attacks. After hearing this, the country mouse decides to return home, preferring security to opulence, or as the 13th century preacher Odo of Cheriton phrased it, I'd rather gnaw a bean than be gnawed by continual fear, or again phrased by Joseph Jacobs, better beans and bacon and peas than cakes in ale in fear. The story was widespread in classical times, and there's an early Greek version by Babrius. Then Quintus Horatius Flaccus included it as part of one of his satires, ending on this story in a poem comparing town living unfavorably to life in the country. Marcus Aurelius alludes to it in his Matians book. Think of the country mouse and the town mouse and the alarm and trepidation of the town mouse, he says. However, it seems to have been the 12th century Anglo-Norman writer Walter of England who contributed most of the spread of the fable throughout medieval Europe. And his Latin version has been credited as the source of the fable that appeared in Spanish versions in the second half of the 14th century. Walter was also the source for several manuscripts collected of Aesop's fables in Italian. And then the first one was published in Italian in Verona in 1479, in which the story of the town mouse and the country mouse appears as Fable 12. As we can see, the tale's journey is remarkable, reflecting the complex interplay between oral traditions and written narratives. It spread widely during classical times, and then each adaptation added layers of meaning, often reflecting the societal values of the time. There are interesting British variations too, for instance, that introduce characters who are not just cousins, but sisters, emphasizing themes of envy and contentment within different cultures and choices. British poetical treatment of the story vary widely. The Scottish Henryson's version makes the two mice sisters. The one in the country envies her sister's rich living and pays her a visit, only to be chased by a cat and return home, contented with her own love. Harrison attributes the story to Aesop too. Then in the following century, Jonathan Swift and Alexander Pope combined in a similar imitation of Horatius' satire in octisyllabic couplets, where Pope is playing the part of the storyteller. Another interesting adaptation is La Fontaine's adaptations in French. So his Le Rat de Vie et Le Rat des Champs is simply told. There is the town rat that invites the country rat home only to have the meal disturbed by dogs, and the country rat then departs, reflecting, as in Aesop, that peace is preferable to fearful plenty. As we trace the fable's evolution, it becomes evident that it has transcended geographical and temporal boundaries, connecting audiences from diverse linguistic and cultural contexts from different continents. I have mentioned here some notable translations into Armenian, both classical and modern, demonstrating its adaptability and universal appeal of its core message. Some earlier Armenian translations can be found in a book titled Aesop's Fables, which is translated from a French source by Father Minas Pezeshkian, who is known as Minas Medici in Italian, and was a representative of Mechitari's daughter of San Lazaro of Venice. The translation was done in Venice and printed in 1827. And so Aesop's version, which was an adaptation from La Fontaine's Fables book, is briefly translated as domestic mouse and field mouse. There were also further translations of versions published in various Armenian periodicals, established in Constantinople in 1870 and 1882, and all of them were attributed to La Fontaine's French original. So we see these cultural transformations and the fact that fables traveled through various continents and through various languages and even authors. What happened when new technologies arrived? Technology and folklore. Moving into the 20th century, we witnessed a significant boom in technological advancements, leading to new interpretations of traditional tales. While technology and folklore may seem distinct, they share a profound relationship. As new technologies emerged, the fable continued to be presented in various forms, published in periodicals, translated around the world. These adaptations demonstrate the fable's versatility, allowing it to resonate with contemporary audiences while preserving its essential moral. Technology, often viewed as a product of scientific innovation, also embodied human imagination, aspirations, and cultural narratives. This fable, like many folktales, has evolved within a new technological context, illustrating how narratives adapt in response to societal changes. Here I have mentioned some very famous adaptations which were made into films. Some notable 20th century interpretations include a French version, a French silent film directed by Vladislav Starevich, the French title being Le Rat de Ville et le Rat des Champs, which was made in 1927. It features puppet animation. In this adaptation, the urban rat visits his cousin in the countryside, but their excursion to a nightclub ends in chaos with the arrival of a cat. The nightclub version appeared later. The country rat ultimately realizes that the city life is too hectic, preferring to dream of urban adventures from the safety of home. Here is a picture of that 1927 silent film. Then we have further adaptations, another one being The Country Cousin, an animated adaptation from Disney's Silly Symphonies, which was made in 1936, in which the country mouse hikes along the railroad track to visit his cousin in the city. The main action takes place on the supper table and is governed by the unexplained need for silence. When the reason for this is revealed, as the cat, the cousin, escapes into the street, only to face the worst hazards of the traffic. Animated adaptations like Disney's The Country Cousin and the recent HBO series The Country Mouse and the City Mouse Adventures illustrates how technology breathes new life into this timeless tale. Through engaging visuals and interactive storytelling, these adaptations invite audiences, especially children, to explore the themes of the original fable in dynamic ways. Some other versions to mention are the cartoon. One of the cartoons is titled Mouse in Manhattan, made in 1945, which is the famous Tom and Jerry version. Jerry Mouse gets tired of living the country life and decides to head to the big city. However, the experience doesn't turn out quite like Jerry had expected. And here we have the 1945 cover of the announcement of the Jerry, this first cartoon Mouse in Manhattan. The Country Mouse and the City Mouse, A Christmas Tale, is another interesting TV serial special, which was aired in 1993 as part of the HBO storybook musical series. As the title implies, the story is an adaptation of Aesop's fable, where it was set around Christmas time. In 1994, Random House Children's Media published a children's book titled The Country Mouse and the City Mouse. Christmas is where the heart is, and there was a beautiful song with the same title, and this was based on the animated special. The main characters would later appear in the second iteration of Sinner's animated series, The Country Mouse and the City Mouse Adventures, which also aired on HBO. There are various other modern interpretations of this famous fable. There was a very interesting dramatized version for Merseyside Young People's Theatre in 1987. That was an 80-minute play that has since acted in the US, South Africa, and New Zealand. And it was really very interesting and very successful adaptation. Another important and interesting version to mention was The Country Mouse and the City Mouse Adventure, which was a Canadian-French animated television series produced by Sinner Films. And in here, The Country Mouse and the City Mouse Adventures was aired also in the USA on HBO, which also provided development funding for the series. So all these were very famous, and they were aired on various continents with several varieties. The show follows the adventures of two cousin mice, Alexander from the city and Emily from the country, who go on adventures around the world in the late 19th and early 20th century, usually to help their cousins solve a mystery or stop the evil red no-tail, no-good-nick. We can say that now all these TV serials and specials were really very popular, and then they shaped cultural identity of these, somehow cultural identity of these characters. As technology evolved, these things were also preserved in various technological means, not only via internet and various channels, but also they were made various DVDs to preserve various forms of these cultural adaptations. And lastly, from this list, I want to mention another short movie, which was a 5-minute documentary based again on this Aesop's fable, the simple story telling the tale of two mice with different lifestyles, suggesting that it is far better to live simply and in peace than to live in luxury amidst danger. The director of this documentary was Evelyn Lambert. And finally, when the digital era came in the 21st century, the rise of this media has further transformed how the stories were told and consumed. So the fable has been re-imaged and through various mediums, animated films, apps, video games, and educational and entertainment purposes were mainly of interest for parents, especially. Games were placed on various platforms, some of notable ones being the learningapps.com or Apple's App Store, etc. These beautifully illustrated story games allowed parents and children to become the storytellers. They allowed also the reader's voice to be recorded over each scene. That was great for learning also English if the applications and games were in English. So that also helped, as the advertisement says, for a child to enjoy reading. Before I finish, I want to say that the evolution of the town mouse and the country mouse serves as a reminder of how traditional stories adapt to reflect the complexities of human experiences across different technological landscapes. This fable not only illustrates the eternal struggle between comfort and danger, but also embodies the broader cultural shifts that accompany advancements in technology. By tracing its journey from Aesop to contemporary adaptations, we gain insight into the enduring power of storytelling and its ability to resonate with audiences across generations. Whether digital or non-digital, the underlying message of all these stories is that safety is important, but home is the best place. This theme has been especially significant in children's literature since the 19th century. In our modern world, which is often marked by conflicts and injustices, particularly in the Middle East in recent years, this message of home and peace becomes very acute and resonates deeply. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to discussing how we can continue to explore the intersection of folklore and technology in our modern world. And this is another picture that was generated by artificial intelligence in connection with folklore and modern technologies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Fardoui. That was really fascinating to hear this idea of cultural transmission, spread, and adaptation, and how it actually changed throughout the centuries. But as you said, enduring the power of storytelling, which is indeed something amazing. And it made me think to the concept of traveling theory of Edward Said. It's completely different field of study, but that's a little bit the same idea that a theory travels across countries, across authors, and can be reshaped. So yeah, so we'll go more in depth later in the question and answer. And by the way, I forgot to ask if it's okay to maintain the order of the program. If you have any problems in terms of timing, just let me know. If anyone needs to go like earlier, sometimes it happens. And also, I thought that maybe we could have a first round of questions after the first three presentation, and then after the second three, so just to have a little bit more dialogue among us. And so thank you for doing. And now I would like to give the floor to Marina D'Amato for her presentation, which is about a different context, which is the context of criminal identities within social media, if I got it right. And
Yes.
so this is very specific and a little bit, how can I say, frightening to me when I read your abstract. So I'm very looking forward to understand more about this concept of building digital criminal identities and what's behind this concept and within your research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I share my presentation. Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Valentina D'Amato, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at University of Salerno. And today I'm going to present a research research advance on which we are currently working with Professor Angela Deli Paoli. Currently, our research is take part of a wider project of which the next presentation is also part with Francesco Notari and Felicia Deo and Marcello Ravveduto. Our theoretical starting point was Goffman's theory of self-representation. His theory was born by observing human interaction face-to-face. He believed that speakers act in public as if they were actors performing, trying to show the best version of themselves. Our objective was to adapt this theory to digital context, focusing on the way users act on social networks. Indeed, users often try to spread images or and videos of an identity that is increasingly constructed according to the character they want to be or want to show. Sometimes the online setting could be seen as a stage and on live context as a backstage. Conversely, several other times, what is shared online is used to spread and thus reinforce what happened offline. Today, we would like to focus on this last point. So the massive exposure of our interests and representations can reinforce certain socialization process, both positively and negatively. A significant risk of this mechanism is the potential polarization of opinions trapped in so-called echo chambers. Echo chambers were defined as a closed environments, closed context, where users are exposed almost exclusively to content that confirms their persisting ideas. This phenomenon is particularly problematic when it describes the formation of potentially dangerous subcultures. This is also the case of our study on mafia and criminal activities. The internet had made it easier to share content which has led to more people engaging in criminal activities online. The mafia's network seems to overlap these social networks, with both groups practicing community and communitarianism. People who also close to criminals often like content that show values, symbols, and knowledge that are common in criminal world. We borrowed the term of digital mafia and e-mafia from Ravveduto studies. The term e-mafia describes products created to represent mafias in digital context. Some examples can be found on social platforms like YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and so on. So our study aimed to investigate and understand the criminal symbols, myths, and representation among the digital context. We chose to explore content spread on TikTok by profiles of Italian users that present themselves as criminals and usually spread deviant content online. It is important to point out that the profiles involved to do not only belong to real criminals, but also to those who help spread these types of content online. This makes them very close to the mafia imagery. The choice to select TikTok among other social networks is linked to its high use by the criminal community, as Ravveduto studied in 2018. We use specific keywords to reach videos relevant to our objective, such as malavita, detenuto, carcere, and arresti domiciliari that are specific Italian keywords. After a first check, we eliminated all videos considered off-topic videos and obtained a sample of 336 videos. The analysis of the videos is carried out using a twofold approach. In the first phase, we perform a univariate quantitative analysis, followed by a more qualitative interpretative phase, which allowed us to deepen aspects that had not emerged in the first phase of the study. We used a conceptual map showed in the current slide. So the video's analysis included two dimensions: content, such as what is posted, and form, such as how is it communicated. Starting from the content, we look at the main theme, with arrest, release from prison, family ties, and so on, and contextual elements that emerged from viewing each video, such as the presence of a child, luxury items, weapons, alcohol, and so on. Turning on the form, we focused on tone of voice, the author, the classification of authors such as criminals or convicts, their family members, and so on. In many cases, it was difficult and often impossible to distinguish real criminals from sympathizers. We often relied on online searches in local newspapers to find out whether a user with a real name could really be involved in criminal activities. And finally, we focused on language usage, Italian, a local language, or both the language. So in the current slide, we summarize the results obtained by a univariate analysis. One of the most of the first aspect we investigated was the main theme of the video, which are summarized in this table. The family was the dominant theme in 22% of video analyzed. Often there were videos posted by family members of prisoners, glorifying the figure of prisoners as an honorable man, an upright father and husband, in a nostalgic and dramatic tones. All this was very often accompanied with picture of children, memories, and declaration of eternal love and loyalty. Also, there were elements of criminal imagery, often related to the mafia and Camorra. The images were taken from films, music, newspapers, which in this case served to glorify a certain lifestyle of famous criminals in a collective imagination. Other videos show a life of luxury and opulence, displaying gold jewelry, luxury items, and brand in a provocative tone. Our analysis also show videos, scenes where a family member being arrested or released from prison. In the first case, often described as a victim who had suffered injustice. In the second case, as a hero who had overcome difficult trials. In other cases, the person themselves announced their return on social media after a period of arrest. The so-called blood ties, as they are known in criminal jargon, these are bonds of criminal affiliation officialized by a kind of blood pact. In this type of videos, men are showing kissing each other on the lips, hugging each other, or displaying identical tattoos that make explicit the bond of criminal affiliation. Finally, we describe the categories threats and intimidation and illegal activities and violent acts as a similar terms and forms in which they occur. In these themes, users posted videos to draw public attention to illegal or borderline legal activities. For example, possession of weapons, large amount of cash, drugs, and so on. Often these themes are accompanied by various forms of intimidation, explicit emoticon, vulgar songs, and so on. In this current slide, we have included 3 significant examples of the image we analyzed. Luxury items, arrest and law enforcement, and blood ties. In addition to this, we can find new melodic music by local singers who are sometimes linked to criminality. These songs spread violence, especially against police, and often sing of easy wealth. The themes described draw on media mythology that idealizes mafia figures. This type of representation reinforces the image of the criminal as a legendary figure celebrated for his rebellion against order and his lifestyle associated with power and wealth. I quickly move on discussion and conclusion. So our analysis provided an early description of how users who present themselves as a criminal, disseminating content, symbols, and meanings in order to reinforce the imaginary they have significantly propagated. Indeed, the propagation and consolidation of an image of powerful and invincible criminality may facilitate the recruitment of new followers, especially among young users who are most exposed to social platforms. Indeed, the nature of mafia content is characterized by narratives and languages that adapt to affordances of platforms, reaching even the most unsuspecting user. This implies that individuals are subjected to a logic of algorithm and the virality of digital content on daily basis. Social media contribute in this case to make criminal world no more secret, distant or inaccessible. This world is getting closer and more permeable than we imagine. These are references that we use it to our study, and thank you so much for your attention. If you have questions, especially advice to share, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. That was really an insight into a very special word that probably most of us don't know. So it was, something I suppose, to be understood better. And I do have questions for you that I would like to ask you, but later on. I think that we can now listen to the other presentation because if I understood correctly, you are working together, so it's two aspects of the same research. Is that correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so yes, we can, then if you agree, we could listen to this other presentation and then maybe have a first round of questions, because some of the issues that you are presenting are also very technical. So maybe it helps not to forget the points that we would like to ask you, and then we move on. And so I would like to ask now to Francesco Notari to present the other part of this research, which is entitled From Life to Criminal Networks, a network analysis approach to studying criminal activity on social media platforms. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. You can see my slides. It's shared. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Francesco Notari. I'm a PhD student, come from University of Salerno. I work with Marcello Ravveduto and also Professor Felicia Deo for our contribution. I also want to thanks Valentina for doing such a good job for defining the imaginary of the mafia. So I'm able to cut a little bit that part and focusing more on our analysis. So by the way, in contemporary society, organized crime with a mafia-like characteristics take on a well-defined connotation due to traditionally embedded in our minds through social media and media representations such as films, TV shows, comics, etc. However, we are witnessing a significant shift as mafias adopt new forms of communication and becoming more transparent, so visible that they become invisible, thanks to new technologies and modern form of communication that blend them into user-generated content. They can call it visual pollution, such as it's defined by Umberto Eco or Pierre Serine, that create a mirror, a protective screen around criminal activities, making their detection increasingly difficult to the institutionalization of that rituals, behavior typical of the mafia association. So I can try to go to next slide. Okay, perfect. Discussing the mafia, even in digital space, means first evaluating and engaging with its imaginary. This imaginary becomes embedded in the society that produces it, establishing establishing the stereotypes on one end, while creating a collective memories where these are preserved. The cultural transmission of these stereotypes happens through the various form of narration, which the media are able to select and highlight some images from the past in ways that align it with the current imaginary. The mafia imaginary in the current social media, in the current media, became an anonymous subject around which independent narratives forms developed. This leads us to the concept of the parasite of the imaginary, and also lead to the terms of the media franchise, which is basically a narrative universe where the same subjects spawn various media forms and contents, which each product is linked to an original theoretical matrix, and represent a starting point or opening point to the universe itself. We see the capability of different media to attract different kind of audience but in a always recognizable forms rooted in the traditional narrative matrix. It's interesting for us to note how mafia message from their origin have acted as a true esoteric media. Just to give you some examples, murder or bloody mutilation serve as a warning to affiliates and also to local community. Each of these elements carry out a specific meaning. So for evaluating this meaning, we can describe the interpretative capability of this message. We may use a metaphorical three rings model. In the outer rings, we have the people. We have the ability to note only the form of the message, but not the meaning of the message. In the intermediate rings, we have the people we share a similar linguistic and cultural horizon, thus understanding the messages substance, but not the meaning behind that message. And finally, we have the central ring, in which we have all the people affiliated with the mafia organization. We have who possess the full set of the coding tools to understand the message. Mafia representation emerges from this symbolism grounded in the aesthetic of violence, luxury, and ostentation. We have a network of codes, rituals, languages, beliefs, and etc. This form of communication it's have also the counterpart in the digital spaces. In fact, in digital spaces, the new form of mafia communication, such as gift, memes, stickers, and so on, succeed in compensating for the lack of traditional communicative codes like gesture, facial expression, body language, and so on. So for our analysis, we do a first step of data collection. For the data collection, we primarily relied on TikTok, following the approach outlined in the first report of online Italian digital mafia made by Magna Grecia Foundation, in which they identify TikTok as the primary medium for disseminating mafia messages to new generation. Through API collection recall process, we extract from the platform at least 2000 content. For collect this content, we use a code from the hashtag. For select the hashtag, we use a methodology made by the Italian anti-mafia unit. In fact, as you can see in the slide, we have a wide range of hashtag. We have at least three range connected in a generical way to the mafia imaginary, such as Cosa Nostra, Mafia, and 'Ndrangheta. And also we have a set of hashtag linked directly to territorial areas, in particularly in the southern Italy, such as Camorra Napoletana, Camorra Foggiana, and so on. So after the data collection process, we made a content analysis technique. The empirical material was subjected to a content analysis aligned with Ravveduto previous work on mafia imaginary. So we use 5 variables to evaluate the content. We evaluate the content originality. We differentiating between user-generated content and content used as a repository. We evaluating the username, evaluating whether the profile exists on other platforms, and whether the creator has any connection in criminal organization or have juridical manner. We also evaluate the video subjects, checking for the elements linked to the mafia imaginary. We evaluating the textual content, evaluating the intensity of the statement and the potential presence of the emoji as previously described. We evaluating the music, categorizing the music as a self-product music, neo-melodic, hip-hop, or trap. It's essential to define the mafia aesthetic. Also, this gives us the opportunity to make a difference between 2 types of users: the mafiofili and mafiosi. The mafiosi is the active proponents of the mafia aesthetic, and mafiofili is the user which are followers or simply admirers of this aesthetics. Just to give you an example, to construct the mafiosi category, we considered the co-occurrence of these elements. For the originality of content in a dichotomic way, yes or not, it's always yes in the case of mafiosi, because they make the content linked to the mafia imaginary. For the username, we have a positive involvement in criminal or juridical matters. For the imaginary subject, we have a positive presence of core elements like violence, profanity, or ostentation. For textual content, we have a positive presence of mafia-like rhetoric and emoji, such as veiled treats or reference to territory, bloody dopes, chains, knife, and so on. For music type, we see a huge preference for street music or reference to mafia teams filmed. So, using this distinction between mafiofili and mafiosi give us the opportunity to perform a network analysis among these two type of users with the software Gephi. The representation shown in the slides showed the network analysis for the first image. It's on the in my left. We apply the green deficient matrix to the network analysis, and we obtain the result of 1.0 that indicates that each node within the network is connected at least with one another node in the same network. So this suggests that there is a connectivity within the networks with a few outliers. To evaluate the connection strains, we applied the modularity indicator in its normalized form, and the result is the 0.997. This value is really close to 1, so that implies that the nodes share many similar characteristics and have few or no similarities with nodes outside that network. Also, we perform a cluster analysis in which we identify at least 600 central nodes, nodes as mafiosi, and 1,300 aggregate node coded with the category mafiofili. This distribution is visible in the image on my right. The central ring of this representation represents nodes from which communication originates, while the space between the central and the outer area, the outer rings define the area of aggregate nodes that receive and disseminate the content. Applying the same metric, so the degree and the evaluation of the strain, so the modularity, to these two dimensions, mafiosi and mafiofili, it's really helpful because make the analysis even more insightful. In fact, the central nodes of the central nodes or the mafiosi in our model have a degree index of 3.0 and a modularity index of 1.0. Also, the aggregate nodes, also named as mafiofili, have a degree index of 6.0 and a modularity index of 1.0. The visualization exemplify what we can call as mafiosphere, a network of individuals clustered around and share same characteristic, which serve as a fundamentation of context production between these domains. So we have some final thought conclusion, a non-conclusion, reflection. The analytical perspective highlights that the original mafia matrix lies both in its central network model and crucially in its embeddedness between the surrounding social environments. So we can conclude that the mafia takes shapes and it's constructed by a plurality of actors capable of defining and directly evaluating its teams. So this leads to this contribution of these works, which explore both internal representation and external recognition process in a way that define a rhetorical bubble called a mafiosphere. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Francesco. That was very insightful, and we learned a lot about how the mafia imaginary has definitely shifted from some classical movies. A lot happened in between. And so if you agree, I think that we could maybe have the first round of questions after these first three presentations. So because especially these second two presentations were very technical, and maybe before we forget some terms, it would be important to stop and have the possibility to ask you for some details. So I have questions, but I would like to ask to the other speakers or the participants online if you have questions that you would like to ask at this stage. And I mean, the participants can write in the chat and the speakers can just speak directly. And well, maybe before you, I think there's someone connecting. Anyway, before I would like to ask some more details about these last two presentations, because I think they were very complex, and I'm not sure if I got everything right. And well, first of all, I would have a very basic question, which is, in the first presentation, Valentina, she talked about two kinds of users that are very difficult to be distinguished. The first is the actual mafiosi people, and the other ones are just sympathizers. And you said it's difficult to distinguish them. And so my question is why, very basic question, why these two categories of people post videos on TikTok? So I suppose those who are sympathizers just want to adopt the mafiosi style because it becomes fashionable, and as you said, you quoted Goffman, so it's a sort of theatrical performance, and I get this. But those who are actual criminals, unless they are in prison, and so there's no problem. If they are not in prison, are they not afraid to be visible on TikTok in relation to, like, the police? So how is the issue of public about criminal content? I think, Francesca, at some point you said so visible that they become invisible. So maybe that's the answer, but I just wanted to understand in terms of being so visible, how is the relationship between this openness of criminal content and the actual authorities, the police? First question.
So can I start with my answer? Okay.
Yeah.
So in very few cases, we had opportunity to distinguish the real criminals to sympathizers. In fact, only in only few cases the user shared his real name. So we Googled his name online to search on local newspapers about criminal activities we had take part and so on. But in most of cases we cannot distinguish the real criminals to others. Actually, we are also trying to collaborate with TikTok to select the user that can cluster with real criminals, and to delete this content online. And yeah, just
thank you. I see that Felicia there would like to probably ask a question.
Yes, just I want to add something to what Valentina says, because I'm Felicia Day, I'm a full professor of sociology at University of Salerno, and I work both with Valentina and Francesco on this research. So you just poses a good question. It's not easy to tell from a real criminal and from someone who just support their narrative. That's why in our research group there is also Professor Ravedutor and other people that are more familiar with not only with the way these people just show themselves online, but they also aware with current with the current news, because you should know the person who is communicating online just to understand if it's a criminal or not. In some cases, our work is facilitated by the fact that it's very strange to say, but some videos come directly from the prison. So there's videos that are recorded in video, and we don't know how, but you can imagine they are broadcasted from prison. In other cases, we help ourselves with local newspaper, you know, with local news, and so we just add some information. As regards the what also Francesco said about the mafiosphere or something like that, is that it's not a new thing in our culture. Let's say in our I'm talking about my region, in our region Campania, to mock and to mock some criminal just to communicate, even in normal conversation, or just for some people to have as reference. In the past, there were some movie like El Camorrista or something like that, from which many people drag quote sentences or something like that just to express themselves in real life, without, in some cases, without wanting to be identified as a criminal, but just to talk like them. So the two spheres sometimes are clearly divided. Sometimes they are blurred, and so it's not easy if you don't have knowledge from different fields. That's the challenge of this research that we're doing. The fact that we need to be really multidisciplinary in order to do a good job on that subject. Thank you very much for your question, Erika.
Yes, thank you. It's a very interesting, though frightening field. And another more general question would be the issue of the ethical implication of technology, which is, yeah, it's a big question, because it was one perspective of this corporate proposal, so the ethical perspective in technological societies. Would you have any reflection on this? Because clearly, as you said, this, although I think that the fact that the mafia language and style has always been something fascinating for groups of population in certain regions, areas of the world. However, the use of technology does make it more easy to be spread. And also you mentioned the influence on young people. So I just wanted to ask you, based on your research, do you think that the use of social media such as TikTok really made this language more fashionable, or is it only seen within sort of, you call them echo chambers, so within more specific groups of people and it's not really going so wide. What is your perception about this ethical dimension?
Helga, sorry, could you just repeat the last question because I did not hear. I don't know if it's also for the other, but just the last question that you
Okay,
said.
so yeah, my question was if the use of social media, if it reaches a wide audience, making the mafia language and style more fashionable for large groups of people, especially young people, or if it only reaches specific targeted audiences.
And so I think they in most cases select a wider target audience, but TikTok is a platform that is really common among young people. So they are the most exposed to these videos that in this specific case could be a risk for their life in this sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Are there more questions? Yes, Jusara?
Hi. I was going to write it. I was curious. I don't know TikTok that well and what are the content moderation rules on TikTok, but I was wondering what is the role of TikTok content moderation rules and algorithms in shaping this imaginary, because I imagine there are restrictions of what can be put online, and each platform has its own restrictions and its own algorithms to filter what can be posted. So how can these specific types users that post on this specific type of content navigate these restrictions and create an imaginary around these restrictions? Do you have an idea how algorithms co-construct these imaginaries, because you have to try to navigate some, I imagine, restrictions that exist regarding posting about crime?
Thank you so much for your question. So our project is not focused yet on the issue you raised. So it could be useful to create a tool like an algorithm that could block this content online, especially content that are designated to young people. I don't know if Francesco would that.
Okay, Francesco. Okay.
So thank you for your question. It's a really spicy question, if I can say this. Of course, TikTok have some internal policy to evaluate the content, and also the platform have some restriction on what it can be posted. But there's a lot of information comes from and spread out by a lot of users who use this types of music, types of content, types of representation. So for TikTok is a really difficult job to distinguish among that content which is made by people who have nothing to do with criminal organization or have nothing to do with that representation, but think that that way of doing communication, it's really useful way to give a more strong and power to their communication. And also on the platform we have imagine this this example. A criminal made a video posted by a criminal who was certainly affiliated with criminal organization. There's another two, three users or profile who catch this video and posted by their own this video on their account. So TikTok is able maybe to block the original content, but didn't have the time, the power of the capability to block the other 3, 4, 6 or so on reposted content made for the other users. So it's really difficult to distinguish among all this content. As you can see in our analysis, we have a small amount of users, at least 600, okay, who made the original post, but we are a lot more of users, 1,300 people who took that content and add it and spread away through the network. So we have a small amount of users because TikTok blocked that account, but the content made it from that users is preserved in older profile repository. So I don't know if it's clear, but we thank you for your comments.
I just want to add something. In a certain sense, there's okay. We are not. We don't have a contact with TikTok, but let's say that TikTok wanted our help because they are trying to detect this video and to block them because they have a problem in Italy and South America because TikTok is being used by a lot of these, let's say, criminal or I want to be criminal or if you want to expand this definition, people who mock or who want to be a criminal, and so then they want to clean their image. But the problem is that many their way of communicate changed very, very, very fast. So they start to use number instead of letter. They use some brand in the hashtag just to recognize themselves. So they need quicker a quick update, let's say, of the algorithm that the same algorithm cannot do that by themselves, because it's a matter of culture or subculture that they do not know because they are not into the Italian let's say the southern Italy subculture of this criminal gang and so on. So they try to do this, but they need help from people who study this subject in the real context.
Thank you. Thank you. And I also would like to ask a question to Fardui Baloyan. The question is, what is your perception about the evolution of the fairy tale you presented? I mean, the original version in relation to the version presented by big corporations. I'm not sure if you mentioned Disney or some other big corporation, because in some cases, big corporations like Disney have taken a traditional fairy tale and they have changed them rather significantly. So I wanted to have your opinion about this, if you think that the original meaning was preserved or if there was some significant changes.
Thank you very much for your question. That is really a very interesting question, in fact, because as our research suggests, and also my own research of children's literature and children's text especially, these texts have been used as mode of propaganda throughout history. And as it evolved, we can say that in different eras, the message of the fable could be somehow adjusted based on the accepted propaganda of that particular era or of that particular region. And as we can see in the 20th and 21st centuries, the message has evolved, though the two central messages of this fable are the following. One of them is that home is the best place, so they want to go back to their home wherever it is. And the other central message is that it's better to live in safety rather than in plenty. So these two messages, which are at the same time both very understandable and both interesting, they also sometimes contradict, because especially if we regard this in terms of modern conflicts, children being displaced from their homelands because of wars and other conflicts, the idea that safety is more important contradicts to the concept that home is also important for children especially, and for people in general. So we can see that in most of the movies, also in Disney variations, the idea is humans desire to live a better life, but at the same time they have to face the dangers of the society and of the era. And in these cartoons, we see that they are ready to face the dangers and challenges because they want new adventures and they want new places to explore and also to adjust to the changing society. So my perspective was that the new adaptations and new variations mostly try to hold this message that we have to be stronger and to adjust to this new environments. But at the same time, there are also neutral interpretations, especially those apps that teach various foreign languages, teach the act of storytelling and for entertainment purposes too. These apps, to my opinion, were more of a neutral message to entertain and educate rather than to talk about peace, conflicts, other like riches of life, etc. So I hope that I answered your question. This was like my first perspective.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Yes, and I think that the issue is that these big corporations like Disney, they do have so much power. For instance, it happened to me in some cases that people, maybe outside Europe, maybe I think in the US, they would know the Pinocchio Disney version. They would not know that it was a fairy tale originally written from an Italian writer. So because they have such an enormous power on the global imaginary, that's why I asked you this question, because it is very important. Yeah. So I would like to have more questions for Fardui Baloyan, because we talked a lot about the other two. Otherwise, we can go on with the next three presentations, and we will have some more debate at the end. So I think Mary Yesayan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Hi.
So Mary Yesayan from the Russian Armenian University. She will propose a reflection about how like fairy tale novels might refrain girls from pursuing STEM. And this is something which I have also inquired about. And therefore, I'm very interested in knowing your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I must admit that my presentation is quite different from that of Mafia. We have been discussing. It was quite just fascinating. Now I suggest diving into the educational problems, mainly in Armenia, and to find out where they root, the problem of refraining girls from pursuing STEM education. I've been teaching to STEM students for about 18 years. And I came to this problem like a little percentage of girls' involvement into the STEM education, and where does this where did it start from? Okay, and perhaps we should look into the fairy tales. Why not? Yeah, perhaps we can find the answer of this problem, of this issue, looking into the fairy tales that were told by the parents, or the literature mainly, which was provided in the, why not, kindergarten even. Yeah. Okay, let me start my presentation first of all. The issue of equal education rights and gender stereotypes has persisted throughout history. Nowadays, the education system is continually undergoing global changes. Although we live in a modern society, we still face challenges regarding gender stereotypes in the educational system. Historically, the technological imaginary has been predominantly populated by male figures, within engineers, scientists, and tech entrepreneurs typically presented as men. Although the issue of gender inequality has been discussed at different times and different ways, it has had various contexts and solutions. Within the educational settings, gender stereotypes can significantly affect a young person's academic performance, subject choices, and overall well-being. Unfortunately, due to the cultural and gender-based stereotypes which stem from media, literature, and even folklore, girls' interest in technical education has always been low. As for now, thanks to supporters of women's rights, we can see a lot of positive changes to the benefit of gender equality. Commonly, in a number of social aspects, women have equal rights, but there is still a lot to be done to finalize this feminist ideology. One of the main issues we still face in Armenia is integration of females in STEM education. Regular marginalization of women in science is not only against human rights, but also in some sense keeps science away from potential achievements by women. Therefore, the way STEM is taught and introduced in the educational system is of utmost importance. Hence, the contemporary demand to boost student involvement in STEM careers should be strongly supported by, first of all, educators, industry leaders, and high-ranked officials of the country. Our presentation calls for transformation in how females are taught within the frameworks of STEM education, starting from kindergarten and extending to higher education institutions. Our analysis primarily focuses on Armenian society and the role education plays overall, particularly in promoting STEM education among girls. According to the data taken from the official report of the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Armenia, the number of STEM students in bachelor's degree in higher education institutions is about 17,000 out of about 71,000 in total, with girls constituting only 10%, unfortunately. In order to overcome the misbalance in STEM education, it is of great importance to consider deeply embedded social norms, starting from a young age, often perpetuated through selection of literature, including fairy tales, novels, short stories, etc. It is commonly known that education begins with the first fairy tales told by parents, of course. Therefore, the choice of tales and early stories is to a greater or lesser extent directly related to the choice of future career. According to our research, storytelling in kindergartens often includes fairy tales such as Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, or Little Red Riding Hood, which have appeared in the list challenging feminist stereotypes. The campaign against these tales began in the 1970s. Karen Rowe argued that fairy tales often contain romantic and dreamlike elements that are incompatible with the image of the modern woman. She asserted that the idealization of male characters in fairy tales no longer aligns with contemporary values and emphasized that purely positive characters do not exist. Furthermore, there is an article entitled 5 Reasons Why Girls Shouldn't Read Fairy Tales. And the underlying message of such article is that fairy tales impact girls and encourage passivity. According to Donald Hauser, fairy tales intentionally weaken female characters, demonize female power, and reinforce specific role models for males. We can assert that these fairy tales depict men as problem solvers who are clever and smart, and these male protagonists are involved in saving female protagonists in hopeless situations. Here, men occupy a central position in fairy tales around whom the plot develops. So besides these tales, children in Armenian primary schools commonly listen to fairy tales by the Armenian writer Hovhannes Tumanyan. In many of his tales, again, the protagonists are male rather than female. When female characters are included, they are often depicted as naive, humble, and sometimes even silly, as seen in tales like Shrovetide or Fool Man and others. Thus, we believe that the concept of gender stereotypes and inequality are evident in fairy tales introduced in kindergartens. These narratives reflect differentiated social roles, where men are viewed as professionals and breadwinners, while women are seen as mothers and homemakers. This creates a hierarchical stratification of status, with men occupying superior positions on the social ladder and women situated lower. There are many fairy tales in which women are depicted as clever and proactive characters who can take initiative. Folk tales, similar motifs are included in the ATU 875 index group of tales titled The Clever Farm Girl. Anyhow, the folk tales of this group are not in the reading list of Armenian mothers, even in kindergartens and in primary schools. This is primarily due to the fact that these tales are often written in dialects, which can make them difficult for children to understand. Besides the aspects of women isolation reflected in primary education through fairy tales, we would like to point out that this issue continues in schools as part of interconnected chain. Analyzing Armenian literature and history, one can easily detect that the role of women in these literary works is not central and they are often marginalized. On the other hand, there are literary and some scientific works where the image of an Armenian woman is highly praised, as for the Armenian national epic Daredevils of Sassoon. We do encounter female characters who are portrayed as brave, strong, yet feminine and devoted to their families. As early as the 12th century, Mkhitar Ghosh, in his Law Code, asserted educated women, educated women in society are gems. Another prominent Armenian, where he discussed the imperative of engaging Armenian women in public and family life. So he argued for expanding their roles to facilitate societal restructuring, moral improvement, and development of new generation of progressive Armenians. Rafi's advanced ideas on women's rights and education evolved over time and remain relevant today. He perceived education as one of the most significant factors for the advancement and political emancipation of the Armenians. Recently, many official and non-governmental independent organizations refer to the educational problems among women. For example, an independent and non-profit education foundation, Paradigma, acts as a laboratory to pilot and research solutions that can transform school education. Paradigma had crafted its History Number 5 Gender History Toolkit. It covers 5 topics of Armenian history from the 19th to 20th century. They highlight some opinions of notorious Armenians on education issues who acted in the early Soviet era, as well as the period of the Ottoman and Russian empires. As, for example, according to Grigor Artsruni, a journalist, critic, writer, and public activist, in countries where women had access to education and advanced in their development, they expressed themselves differently compared to Armenian women, whose cries and sighs reflected their oppressed sense of human dignity. He observed that women understood that their slavery and humility were rooted in their economic dependence on men, as men could command them to obey under the threat of starvation. Once women realized this, it was not difficult for them to decide to work and live independently. However, Artsruni emphasized many obstacles women faced in achieving independence, both within family and society. Each step toward freedom was met with resistance not only from societal and familial norms, but also from laws that failed to recognize women as equal human beings. Another prominent figure, Haikanush Mark, was a Polish-Armenian writer, editor, and public figure. From a young age, she was reported for a number of Polish-Armenian newspapers, wrote articles related to women's rights and education taught in schools. So she stated that educational issues were the same for both genders, emphasizing that if both were stripped of their special instincts, they were simply human and essentially the same. She believed that for a reasonable educator, there would be no difference in raising a boy or a girl. Mark added that a woman could equally benefit from higher education, which would contribute to her intellectual wealth and the peace of her future home. She noted that a man with secondary education could not live peacefully with an uneducated or vulgar woman. We can cite many examples of prominent figures in Armenian society throughout history who strongly supported women's equal rights in education and beyond. This list could be quite long. As for the contemporary mindset, the issue has taken on different shape and form. Fortunately, we're no longer fighting for the right to education itself, but rather for the right and motivation for women to pursue technical education. This has long been suppressed by widespread misconception that women cannot succeed in natural sciences, particularly in STEM fields. So we believe that comprehensive steps must be taken to bridge the gap between educational system, family values, and upbringing. So we're confident that including literary works featuring intelligent female characters in young learners' reading list is crucial for encouraging self-reflection and self-evaluation from an early age. It should be the educator's primary duty to instill in schoolgirls a deep love for natural sciences, guide them, encourage to choose the STEM field from an early age when they start studying science subjects. So the primary school years are important for nurturing and fostering girls' interest and enthusiasm in STEM activities and education. We strongly believe that the first prerequisite for improving a country's standard of living and economy is to have strong science, skilled professionals, and a purposeful young generation with women and girls playing a major role in the development. As according to Professor Alvar Jivanyan, the editor of children's literature and the head of the Department of Fairy Tale Studies at Hovhannes Tumanyan Museum, women are able to discover subtleties and notice nuances. And in order to succeed in science, a woman needs diligence, consistency, and superorganization. She advises women engaged in science to be courageous and consistent. And to sum up, we consider that comprehensive steps should be taken to overcome the gap between educational system, family values, and upbringing, of course. So I think I covered very quickly my subject, and it was quite, perhaps it was different from that of the previous ones that we have been discussing since morning. But I hope I raised a question of not less importance nowadays, that we can start our upbringing with the fairy tales and imaginary characters to embed deep love within girls. That's it. So thank you for your attention, and if any questions and discussions, would be glad to hear.
Thank you, Mary. That was well, for me, it was definitely very interesting, and I do think that the issue of gender stereotypes in fairy tales has to be addressed, because it is an issue. Not all fairy tales are the same, but some of the classic fairy tales are indeed full of gender stereotypes, and this is a question that I think is discussed in all programs for equal opportunities for girls and boys, because the problem is not only for girls, it's for boys as well. So I would have lots of consideration and questions, because the fact that this is also one of my fields of study, but we leave it at the end. We just have the first three presentations. I just want to say that it struck me a lot, this article you quoted 5 reasons why girls shouldn't read fairy tales. And I was discussing this issue with my students of sociology of education.
Yeah, they're
sort of alternative fairy tales and news stories or other stories that
Thank you.
Boys in different ways. And they said, well, we don't think that children should not read the classical fairy tales. They should be given these options and discuss them. And that's an interesting point of view. And we can discuss about this more later.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be glad to. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah. And now we go to a rather different topic that is going to be presented by Simone D'Alessandro. Simone, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
It's possible to share.
Hello. So you are going to tell us about a difficult question, which is how to understand the difference between humans and chatbots. So the question is if creativity and intelligence determine irreducible distinctions between artificial human and non-human. And so this is a very key topic, I think, nowadays that we cannot escape. So it's indeed very important. And I read in your answer that you have used a very technical methodology, a number of tests, which I don't know. So just like my request is if you can make your presentation understandable to the non-experts, because I think this is very technical. That is just my fear. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. I will try to describe very clearly, because in reality we start for the ontological and philosophical assumption. Can you hear me? Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So my research start with 4 interlinked research questions. The first one is are creativity and intelligence distinguishable concept, and how can this concept be associated with artificial intelligence, and do they determine irreducible distinction between human and artificial agent, and finally, can they also imply automatism and inability as additional heuristic resources? No, we know that in the distinction between human being and AI, the social research, especially in sociology of creative processes, I'm a professor of sociology of creative process at the D'Annunzio University. Examines abilities and action, the elements that are disambiguables and measurables. But however, is it also possible to reverse the perspectives and distinguish human and artificial agent also from inabilities? So the irreducibility between human intelligence and AI depend on the starting theoretical and also discursive assumption accepted by researchers investigating these topics. And so my research tried to highlight the irreducible differences between human and not human chatbots by analyzing the theoretical assumption, but also the international test used by programmers to evaluate the chatbot interaction. And in particular, 5 kind of tests: the classical Turing test, update since now, the inverse Turing test. All of us know this inverse test as the name of CAPTCHA, and the Vinograd test and Vinogrand test, that are tests specialized to ambiguous sentences. And finally, the Loveless test 2.0, that is the test that try to understand the creativity capacity of artificial agents. So the first problem, the relationship between creativity and intelligence. We know that there are an ambiguous relationship. And we know that we have many scholars with many theories that start from a definition and repertoires that show a social construction derived from implicit cultural assumption and form of ambiguity that influence the theory and the model inside. For example, we have a theory that distinguishes intelligence from creativity, but also theory that start from inclusive definition. No, many example, Anastasi and Schaeffer describe creativity and intelligence are that as not clearly distinguishable concept. Polanyi, Merton, and Sennett, the most famous sociologists, describe creative process as depending on tacit knowledge, manipulation of reality, and serendipity. But we have also many other scholars, for example, Baron Cohen or Power, that create a relationship between pathologies and creativity. Or the most famous research of Giffords that divide, that create a polarization between convergence thinking as a normal intelligence and divergence thinking as a creative process. So this theory distinguish intelligence from creative or create an ambiguous relations. But researchers who start from inclusive and ambivalent definition believe that the creative behavior is made up of a mix of capability and also incapability. And this is important also for understand the behavior of not human artificial agent, in particular in the conversation between human and not human. So probably we can understand the distinction between human and not human, starting probably from the concept of incapacity. I will try to show with the brief description of the test that we have two different inability, because for the one side, the human inability has a limits of comprehension and interpretation that vary for each subject, but all human beings, with the exception of those suffering from particular pathologies, are capable of understanding and contextualizing the explicit and also implicit meanings of the conversation. Artificial inability is very different, because you can see a set of limitation. Inability to understand semantics. It's impossible nowadays for artificial intelligences to understand in anti-reductionist perspective. It's possible to assemble content, but it's not the same as comprehending it. Inability to contextualize conversational assumption and conversational implication. Inability to interact or act unpredictably. Inability to decide in the absence of starting information provided by the program. And finally, inability to boycott the automation or programming system. So let's move and let's start for the critical analysis of the evaluation test. For example, the first one, the classical Turing test, it's the base of the relationship between three participants, one of whom is not human. Let's assume a dialogue between A, that is human, and B, not human, in which the two interlocutors do not see each other or cannot verify the human or not human identity of the other. And let's insert a third interlocutor, the judge, C, the human interrogator. And let's also add that A has to help C, while B, not human, has to deceive C. So Turing say in the most famous research in the 1950, if C cannot distinguish A's behavior from B's behavior, maybe B, not human, have intelligence. On the level of formal rules, Turing's argument is logically founded. But on the other hand, if we analyze this assumption in sociological terms, the intention is evidently reductionist, as it simplifies a relationship by circumscribing it with a simulation of it. So the chatbot is able since now to pass the Turing test, but for a very short period, by building a predictable interaction with the human being, repeating recurring phrases and patterns, so stereotyped sentences. If the human improvises or boycotts the conversation, the chatbot is unable to adapt quickly. So the core of the debate is on how to define and consequently conceive the dimension of intelligence and the concept of comprehension. Because according to the reductionist view, comprehension of language is simply means knowing how to use it, no? Just like, say, Wittgenstein. But according to an anti-reductionist view, understanding means grasping the profound meaning of the message, being able to grasp the nuances and the latent assumptions of each sentences, and being able to contextualize the meaning of word and phrase according to the specific circumstances of a given situation, and with respect to the values and cultural background of the interlocutors, just like describe a most famous philosopher of language, Grice, but also many famous sociologists like Crespi and Hairoldi. Even chatbot 4.0 failed the test. In the course of the administering the Turing test, this artificial agent managed to divide a human in 54% of conversation. So this nowadays is very, very pillar this Turing test that create a distinction between human and not human behavior. We could say that the Turing test all of us to better explain how certain habitual patterns of human being function. If we looked at the Turing test under a sociological lens, we could reverse the purpose of the test itself. This method not all of us to tell whether a machine is intelligent. Instead, the test would show the extent to which humans can have automatism that direct and influence the expectations of a conversation. So chatbot and humans have a specific type of creativity in common, combinatorial creativity, which is based on recursively reproducible meta-rules. For example, opposition of arguments, fragmentation of part of speech, recombination of speech, repetitiveness, and so on. But if we try to search transformative creativity, we can note that transformative creativity is only the human capacity to interpret what is happening in a different way, reversing the perspective or cancelling it out altogether. If the machine learning algorithm generate on the basis of existing data combination, the human being is able to renounce the exploration of a topic by constructing other meanings. So the reverse Turing test is another test, no? All of us had to take this test to prove that we are not robots when browsing a website, no? Reverse Turing test is also famous like CAPTCHA. To pass the test and prove to be human, the user must type the distort symbol into the text box. And artificial intelligence respond inefficiently to the distortion. And this shows the distinction between symbolic decoding and semantic contextual knowledge. And this is another test that show the semantic incapacity of artificial intelligence. Now, the Vinograd test. In this case, in the 1972, Terry Vinograd invented this test and upgraded since now. The test is characterized by the presentation of ambiguous sentences. For example, you can see these two sentences. The city councilors refuse permission to the demonstrators because they fear riots. The city councilor, the second sentence is, refused permission to demonstrators because they instigate riots. The crucial point is the subject elliptical, they. People interpret the first sentence to mean that it is the city councilor who fear riots. They interpret the second sentences to mean that the instigators are the protesters. The sentences are structurally identical, but the human being, by contextualizing the meaning of the two sentences and understanding the role and the text of the city councilor and the protester, selected the two distinct subjects because the human being are capable to understand also the extra symbolic context. In the conversation and relationship between human beings, sentences like this are very frequent. When not properly understood, they give rise to misunderstanding and trigger conflicts. But however, in the course of the human conversation, we can resolve a misunderstanding by repeating the conversation, by varying it in a tone, attitude, and selected words. Artificial intelligence, on the contrary, fails to contextualize and fails in an act that human beings consider simple. So artificial incapacity is different from human incapacity. There are 150 examples of Vinograd scheme blocking chatbots because chatbots do not understand conversational implication. Conversational implication depend on cooperative contribution and accepted orientation in the conversation. Artificial intelligence do not understand conversational implication because they cannot contextualize them. Vinograd test is a further update of Vinograd schemes. In the 2019, a group of researchers create this test with 44,000 sentences on a variety of topics. And so while humans score very high, the language model of neural network score much lower. So the artificial intelligence fail in profoundly inhuman ways, and its stupidity or incapacity differ from human intelligence or human stupidity. And finally, the lawless taste. No, the lawless 2.0 is a test that seeks to measure the creative capacity of a computational system, attempting to formalize the notion of originality and surprise. So, the lawless test is designed to encourage skepticism in human evaluators. This test assumes that creativity is a hallmark of human intelligence, but not exclusive. Once again, the type of the test is influenced by a researcher's starting assumption. So far, human evaluators have not been surprised by machine responses. The chatbot shows combinatorial and exploratory creativity, but does not exhibit unpredictable and unexpected behavior. So, in conclusion, respect to research question number 1 and number 2, are creativity and intelligence distinguishable concepts, and how can this concept be associated with artificial intelligence? Researchers today are divided on this issue. There are theories that exclude correlation between intelligence and creativity, theories that are inclusive, and theories that are ambivalent. The Turing test assumes intelligence as the ability to emulate and dissimulate behavior through verbal and paraverbal language, excluding the concept of comprehension and non-verbal forms of communication. The inverse Turing test measures the level of unacceptability of verbal and acoustic distortions. The Vinograd and Vinogrande test probe the semantic inability of the machine through sentences that can only be understood if they are contextualized. And finally, the Loveless test measured the machine's inability to surprise the human evaluator. Each of these tests arises on the basis of assumption and implication hidden in the definition given to the terms intelligence and creativity. The way of selecting the definition determines the way of testing AI. So we have shown the set of inability of artificial intelligence, but also we can see that the creativity and the intelligence also imply automatism and incapacity as additional heuristic resources, because human often act automatically, and this automatism could also be called action programs, sophisticated but lacking in self-reflection, as show the most famous ethnomethodologist Garfinkel. However, the automatism of a human being can be interrupted by his consciousness, and this doesn't happen to the chatbot. Finally, we can state that theoretical assumption, definition, narrative, discursive repertoires, and tests prove that humans are more mechanical than they think they are. However, tests do not prove that machines can understand the non-mechanical part of the human. If we start from the anti-reductionist definition, the tests do not prove the intelligence nor the creativity of the chatbot. The tests certainly highlight the chatbot's ability to perfectly assemble a piece of content. At the same time, they highlight the chatbot's inability to perfectly understand that content. So, finally, we can conclude that human intelligence, as well as creativity, is very different from artificial intelligence, especially when we investigate the limitation and the inabilities of both. And probably for the future, many social science have to focus respect to inability, and they have to try to reverse the perspective and try to analyze different specific inabilities of human being and different specific inability of artificial agency. Thank you for your attention. This is the references for my paper that was published in and most famous Class A review, Italian Sociological Review. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Simone D'Alessandro. I have to say I learned a lot of new things, and I'm sure there will be plenty of questions for your intervention. And now we have the last speech by Giussara Roland, who wrote this piece together with Anna Delicato, who is not here now. And I think that this is indeed a crucial question, whether basically, if I understood correctly, artificial intelligence can be a potential savior in the current climate crisis and environment crisis, or if it is a significant energy, or if it is to be seen only as a significant energy consumer. So indeed, a very current question. And so please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just checking. Okay. Are you seeing the presentation? Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I can start saying that I don't have an answer for those questions. I don't think we have an answer. But this presentation was born from a series of reflections I made with my colleague Anna Delicato. Anna Delicato has been working on the topics related to the energy field for many years. Topics related with renewable energies and fusion and everything. And so, more recently have been working on digital technologies and issues related with AI. And we have started following this discussion about energy and AI and how it is being built. So this idea of these imaginaries, these collective imaginaries around the topic, we think it's important, and it brings us to like the infrastructural dimension of the relationship between technology and imaginaries. So it's also important. So this is an ongoing research. We have been following the topic and starting to think about it. And the examples I'm giving in the slides are examples of news from several papers that illustrate the topics I'm showing, more or less is that. So our presentation starts with this idea that well, social-technical imaginaries refer to these collective visions of technological futures. In this case, futures here is very important because we are thinking about what is going to be our energy futures and our AI futures and how they intersect. And but also to think what these imaginaries have in terms of potential societal impact. And AI and energy technologies in particular have been often wrapped in specific imaginaries that are very aligned with that idea of abundant energy and limitless intelligence. So AI will be developed into a point in which we'll be able to do amazing things that we are not even capable of imagining now, but also energy will be solved, and the problems we have with energy and its relationship with the impact it has on climate change will be also resolved. So these positive imaginaries are always built on this kind of positive ideas of what's going to happen in the future. So AI is seen as a key solution for our energy challenges. However, especially since the release of ChatGPT to the public and the recent AI boom or AI hype that we are currently living, the discussion of AI as a voracious consumer of energy has been brought to attention, and it has sparkling constant debates of what is its role in the energy landscape. And we have seen that it's not only about discourse. There have been changes in the practices of big companies, so that they are not saying that they are going to be net zero next year and changing what are their goals of reducing their impact in terms of climate friendly footprint, and changing their goals because of the energy that keeping up with current race around AI is requesting from them. So what we see is that AI, we see in the relationship between AI and energy that AI is both presented now as a problem for climate change because of its energy consumption, but also as a possible solution. So in terms, within this discourse, critics have been emphasizing especially the idea of the AI growing demands and its impact on climate change. However, developers and AI enthusiasts argue that eventually with AI advancements, I have to do something. With AI advancements and with larger training larger models and eventually achieving AGI, we will have a change, a qualitative change in our impact in energy. And so current investment is justified because of these possible advancements. And we see here quotes from Sam Altman talking about the need for energy breakthrough, especially justifying it as an important step for achieving different capabilities in AI, especially AGI, artificial general intelligence. So these figures like Sam Altman and Bill Gates have been key proponents in this technical optimistic vision. And in these imagined futures, we see that they talk about an AI that drives fusion energy, that drives space colonization, that drives cure for diseases. So these are all narratives that are built on the ideas of technological salvation. We are in a planet that is currently in a crisis, in a climate crisis, and so the salvation will be technological, and this has to justify current investments, even if we see that it has current impacts. So these leaders promote this idea of AI as a nearly magical ability to unlock human potential to solve societal problems, including, in this case, energy scarcity. These social technical imaginaries also, well, will solve these current energies. Yes. I have here the quotes from news from Bill Gates. Bill Gates has a very cautious stance, and he says that let's not go overboard of talking about the impact of AI energy use, because AI contributions will be much bigger. But I think Google CEO, makes a little bit more explicit the idea that is behind many of these discourses, is the idea that it's so difficult to deal with the climate goals we have today and with politics addressing these climate goals with the current solutions we know we have, that it makes for them more sense to invest everything in an AI so that AI can solve global warming. So it's these promises that are dependent on each other. And what we have seen more recently is the start of a new race toward nuclear solutions. So trying to create this idealized future in which energy and AI are compatible, nuclear became something that it's being talking more and more. Because it's prioritized again in contrast with other energy solutions. So if until recently we have seen lots of talks about renewable energy and other types and the importance for dealing with climate change, we are seeing a shift in this discourse to the idea that nuclear is a clean solution and that it will allow us to deal with climate change and with technological development at the same time. And so nuclear technologies have taken the center stage in this vision. They are promoted as a clean and proven energy source. Even if they are much more problematic, and not all countries have nuclear, of course, for many reasons and historical reasons, but there is this prioritization of these kind of solutions in relation to other solutions like wind and solar that have been until now been more talked about, especially in the context of dealing with the impacts of climate change. And one of the reasons is because AI consumption is associated with data centers, and AI data centers consume an enormous amount of energy, much larger than normal data centers. And they consume this energy to training models, but also for user interaction with models. So it's in both parts of the process. And because data centers have to be open all the time, they request a continuous source of power. The idea of nuclear makes more sense for their operation than other types of energy produce technologies that are much more insert. So this focus on nuclear stems from the belief that it can be offered a larger scale, carbon-free energy required to fuel the next generation of AI advancements. What we are seeing in this moment, for example, is that companies like Microsoft are investing in Amazon and OpenAI and Google are investing hard in the nuclear. Microsoft, for example, is at the moment reviving a nuclear power center that was the site of a major nuclear accident in the 1970s, and that was closed because of that. And now they are interested in reopening because of the needs, energetic needs that AI is putting on their data centers. And also there is a lot of talk about the small modular reactors that are small reactors that have been hailed as innovative and possibly a solution to many of the energetic problems. There are some small reactors around the world, but most of them are in the testing phase, and they still remain speculative in terms of being able to, if you think about cost, safety, and scalability. That being said, all these big companies are investing hard on this type of technologies. And what is happening, it's like a qualitative shift in how we think about the nuclear, because we are thinking about digital technological companies becoming energy companies and nuclear energy being in private hands for the first time. So it changes the way we think about not only our AI futures, the technological futures, but also our energetic futures. So this promise, there is also this promise of a fusion-powered future. Fusion is a specific type of technology that has been hailed as the solution for our energy problems for many decades, the silver bullet, because it's presented as more clean and capable technology. That's been a huge investment in this technology for many decades with highs and downs, of course. And Sam Altman has been investing a lot in this type of technology, but it's not proven. And even if some of the companies he's invested in say that they will be able to do something in 5 years, is not very probable. It's really not a complicated fusion. There is this phrase here: fusion is always 30 years away. So it's technology that still has a lot to prove, and it's not obvious. So that being said, is one of the main topics that Sam Altman talks when he talks about AGI. So this idea, this continuous promises about both the technologies that don't exist. We are also seeing influence at policy and markets. So this shift it's for this push for more speculative energy solutions has tied AI development for this kind of technologies, and it has consequences to where our focus is. And we are seeing that it's not only the investment of private companies that we have seen examples before, but also there's starting to be a lot of public money put in this kind of projects to back the company's investment. There are changes on how the stocks around this technology are being valued, but also countries that have restrictions in terms of nuclear technology until now are changing their discourse around this technology. And it's interesting because nuclear, you know, there are countries that are have a lot of investment in nuclear, but others have restrictions, don't have any nuclear, and there are even countries that have changed their policy, like Germany, that has nuclear and not now it's disinvesting. So the race to AI is changing this logic and this investment in policy investment. So we have seen also discourse of caution against these speculative solutions, because while tech leaders and investment present fusion and other emerging technologies have the solution to AI energy needs, many scientists are skeptical. And these are technologies that remain unproven. And in many cases, they might not be commercially viable for decades. This is important because climate change is not a problem that we can put in the future. We know that we are already having impact on it. So the timeline, it's difficult to conciliate. All these imaginaries are difficult to conciliate. And for example, in the case of future, they say that it diverts resources away from other immediate and sustainable energy solutions that exist currently. So our main idea around this discourse was trying to make a picture of what is happening and try to understand how these discourses, imaginaries, and investments are shaping our ideas of our AI futures, but also the future of AI. And this decentralization of energy control by tech giants like Microsoft, Amazon, and Google highlights how these social technology imaginaries are shaping our energy futures. So their investments in these technologies, coupled with their lobbying influence in this moment, allows them to shape policies and promote controversial, often unproven solutions, but also even if they are more proven technologies, they shift the attention from one kind of solutions to others. So they have a power to do that. So critically engaging with these techno-utopian visions is essential, as they can obscure broader societal and ecological impacts of their decisions. And these AI energy feedback loops strengthens a narrative that may delay necessary action on pressing energy challenges and prioritizing corporate visions over other sustainable and equitable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Giussara. I think this raises such enormous ethical questions that are very difficult to answer indeed. And so I think we'll have plenty to discuss. And I would like to ask you all the speakers, and also if there are more participants online, if you have questions for these three last presentations. Maybe I would just like to start with a question to you, Giussara. A question about how these eventual improvements that artificial intelligence could be able to bring, if you have done if there is a general debate on how and who would benefit from these technological improvements, because I suppose that it is always the case that not all social groups would benefit the same. And I was just thinking about this based on the words of Bill Gates about this sort of techno salvation, like going to the space, but which social groups would be excluded anyways? They're like a general reflection about this, an intersectional reflection about the benefits and costs of artificial intelligence.
It's not easy to say because, well, I think that Western governments and places where this because it's one of the issues is it's so centralized. We are talking with groups because AI needs so much power and computational powers. We are very dependent of big, larger technological groups. So we have like 4 or 5 actors. Of course, there are other actors in other countries, but it's a field that it's very power is very concentrated. So the articulation between energy and AI and digital technologies will only increase this concentration, and it's difficult to understand how this will impact like global geological politics and energy politics and things like that. The other thing, it's very difficult to think about how benefits from that AI can bring to technological development, because it can bring, but at the same time, there is, for example, now the example of Microsoft. They are doing things that help, the technological helps to bring down carbon footprint in some fields, but at the same time they are also using AI to help petrol industry to be more efficient in extracting petrol and making the petrol energy more efficient, and so producing more CO2. And so the benefits will only happen if you stop using the same technology to develop technologies that will have a negative impact. You have to make choices. It's not a thing that technology will solve things. You still have to make choices of where you are going to use it. And that is one of the tricky issues, also because this is going so fast. And we are talking about now things are going very, very fast. I think one of the changes is like how fast these investments are changing the way in politics and things like that. And so choices become more important in terms of political, what we are doing and what we want to do, because regulation, it's slower than the market. And well, I hope.
Yeah, I understand. And yes, are there more questions about this last intervention and also the previous one that both relate to artificial intelligence? And then we'll go back to the intervention of Marina. I'm just asking to the other speakers.
I want to I would like to make a reflection about Jussara Roland's research that had some points in common with mine. We know that every time we describe the great capabilities of a new technology, we forget that behind this narrative, there are hidden ontologies. Every theory, optimistic or pessimistic, hides an ontology. It is important to know ontologies to unmask propagandistic approaches, but also to understand that every theory starts from initial assumptions that are not totally demonstrable. In agreement with Jussara Roland, artificial intelligence is both a problem and a solution, no? And those who support it underestimate the pollution that it will produce more and more. Those who criticize it also fight things that could be solved more easily by technology. But in any case, we see a propagandistic narrative because no expert is able to solve this polar division. And no expert is able to find a technological path that is only positive, no? We all live in a Hamlet-like dilemma, no, that will not be resolved. But we continue to support one side, not the critical one or defensive one. But in reality, all this is paradoxical. We do not have the courage to say that we do not know what to do. According to Floridi, artificial intelligence has already become an industrial failure and a speculative bubble. And this has happened in the past with other technologies. Maybe social science can be useful to unmasking historical processes that are always the same. This just for my reflection for this interesting research of Jussara Roland. And
I do agree. I agree. Yeah, and I think the idea of the specific ontology, what it brings to the discussion, that sometimes it's like either ignored or changed or highlighted only slightly, and other things are important. I do think that if we take into consideration the economic dimension of current hype, there might be differences between what's happening now and other moments. So the political and economic dimension of current hype, it's very important to understand if this will have different kind of implications so I think that's why bringing the infrastructural dimension of what's happening, it's important here.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like to add that these, as you said, these corporations that are bringing forward artificial intelligence are becoming more and more important, and the concentration of power is becoming even bigger than before. So, and I was kind of struck by the fact that there might be a nuclear energy for the first time in the hands of private companies. So this is something that is very relevant from a geopolitical and sociological point of view. So yes, I just wanted to have your comment about this further concentration of power that in a way, artificial intelligence is bringing to the fore. I mean, my question is this making the geopolitical landscape even, I mean, different from before, or are we simply adding some more power, but it's not really changing because Microsoft, Google, and so on were already very powerful? I mean, is this an important qualitative and quantitative change in the concentration of power that could be potentially dangerous in terms of democracy? Or you see that we are basically continuing a trend which is already happening, so it's not really changing too much the general landscape?
I don't know if I can answer that now, but I can express more concerns than I do think the issue of concentration of power, it's very specific of the moment we are living now, because of difficulty of regulating these big companies. And if you think, what does it mean to have big companies investing so heavily in the energetic sector? What this might mean in terms of how it will influence our policy in dealing with climate change. So how will change the discourse around IPCC, around climate change, and what we'll do? That's why this idea of the imaginaries of the narratives become important, because you have the investment, you have the technology, and then you have the power of the narratives. And if they start to make nuclear power of the solution, it means that nuclear power will become the center stage of the solution. And I'm not saying that this will be necessarily negative or positive, but there are some political and economical implications about this. And then taking your consideration about the historical dimension, nuclear has a long history also of ups and downs, and with changes in different countries. So there are countries that invest heavily and others that don't. So this also will impact how different countries will deal with this, because can you be out of the race if nuclear becomes the technology of AI? Can you be out of the race? Will it change national politics of energy because you start to? So it will have implications. And one of the things I would like to highlight, we wrote the abstract some months ago for the conference, and then the last month we had all this news about the nuclear, which was very recent. That's why I say it's very fast, because we were seeing something, and in the last months it exploded. We think, they are investing in everything, and it's becoming more visible, more apparent, the public investment, also the changes in discourse. So it's fast. Because there are private companies, the changes, the temporalities of the changes.
Yeah, thank you. And so we still have some time. I would like to ask some questions to Mary Yeseyan, but if there are other speakers who would like to intervene, please do, or raise your hand. As I was saying before, I was very interested in your topic because I also did some research on that. And so the issue of narrative is indeed very key in gender stereotypes, both in fairy tales and in other kinds of narratives. For instance, in Italy, because of this issue, there has been recently some important effort in the direction of producing new narratives, sort of anti-stereotypes, fairy tales, in which sometimes the stereotypes are reversed, and sometimes there are, for instance, like the classical fairy tale of the princess who is saved by the prince, and now we have the reverse, the princess who saves the prince, or the brave princess, there is no prince at all. So all these variations that show brave girls, and also some alternative narratives in which boys are given the possibility to be represented as normal, not necessarily as heroes. They can cry, they can be given like a puppet to play with, and so on. So I just wanted to ask you if you also have something similar in Armenia, and so some different narratives are being produced, and if you think that they could be useful in this effort of producing sort of anti-stereotypes, and by this way also encouraging girls to pursue different careers. We also have specific narratives that talk about, that represent girls employed in playing with some scientific games, laboratories, just very openly. So yeah, that's my question. If you can open the microphone, Mary.
Yes, thanks. I'm sorry. Yes, I would like to mention that there is no such a strict campaign, anti-campaign, right, against the the classical versions, classical tales, etc., etc. I just mean that recently I've come up with this idea. Yes, it's like currently I'm doing research on this topic. I don't know that much detailed how far there are bans in Armenia of these classical versions. But I think that it should be done in the combination. The education system must undergo some changes, and they must include these, so as I mentioned, AETU 875 indexed tales, where girls, like the clever Fogel, right, entitled, where girls are not stereotypical, like humble and naive girls, but I think that in combination with the classical tales and the new versions, adapted versions of these ATU 875 should be included in the list. And I think we will be like the pioneers in this campaign. Me and my team, we are working in team in our university with a couple of some students, my students in STEM, girls. We would like to start this like project, like to start implementing these tales into starting from kindergartens. And this is my ideas about the project, to launch some project within this frame.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't know if Louis, you have some comments on this, because you also work on fairy tales.
Well, I want to say that, well, I don't do research about the modern trends, of course, but I can say that, as I mentioned earlier in my report, children's literature really is a powerful means of propaganda, which can be used both positively and negatively by governments and by educational system in all the societies. I can say about Armenian mindset on this aspect. First of all, I have noticed that usually all the problems that we have had regarding the roles and rights and equal opportunities, first of all, were rooted in our ignorance of what we had primarily. I have done some research in the field of equal rights. First of all, I will go a bit deeper into this issue. I've reviewed the development of women's and men's rights in Armenian history, and interestingly, Armenia has a long tradition of equal rights for women from prehistoric times. Historical records show that Armenian princesses, for example, had the right to inherit land even when they married foreign royalties. And these recordings were found were dated as early as before Common Era. So women fought alongside men to protect their homelands. And then when we come to the Middle Ages, legal documents such as Mechitar Goshi's Code of Laws mentioned by Mary from the 12th, 13th century reflected this commitment, and they gave equal rights to women and men. Unfortunately, during that period, Armenia didn't have independent kingdom already. In the Armenian territory proper, but these code of laws, however, were written to regulate the society, which had some independence. Then additionally, we have a document called Snare of Glory, dated 1773, which envisioned to become the constitution for an independent Armenian kingdom once it would be liberated from the Ottoman Empire. And in this document, which is written in classical Armenian, once I just tried to find some points related to women's and men's equal rights, and I found out that, again, it gave equal rights of education and all the other rights just to women and to men equally, even the right for divorce, for claiming children, etc. And all these documents were written not in the 20th or 21st century, but as early as 18th centuries. So we maybe most of the times we were not aware of these facts. And then back to the children's literature, there is an Armenian writer, Jacob Baronian, of the 19th century, who was born in Western Armenia and mostly lived in Constantinople and other regions of Ottoman Empire. When he wrote fairy tales, he tried to make in his fairy tales women, girls and boys equal, and to make sure that girls understood their importance. And also when he translated Grimm's tales, we know that in Grimm's tale there are a lot of things that were not maybe intended for children primarily. When once he was asked why he translates the tales just the way they are written, maybe they are not very suitable for children's mindset, and especially for girls, he briefly said that girls equally as boys should be aware of all the dangers and of all the challenges in the society, so that they are raised equally, realizing their role and their independence, so that they can become like catalysts of changes. So I mean, depending on what, and then maybe all the factors that affected the equality, and also maybe the change of profession, the choice of profession, etc. I haven't done a lot of analysis about what happened during the Soviet era, but maybe some of the things are rooted in the Soviet era, and then the picture that we had after Armenia regained independence in the early 1990s, maybe we didn't have enough time to analyze all we had and then where we were going, so there was some mixture of all these things. But I think that there are some positive changes now, both in all these aspects, also like the initiative that Mary mentioned. Maybe they're also trying to analyze what drawbacks we have, and all these things maybe will be directed to embrace differences, but at the same time to give equal opportunities and equal choices to people, just regardless of their gender and their maybe I mean regardless of their gender, because we are talking about gender right now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing. I would go on talking a lot more about this topic, but I was told from the other session that I have already finished. So they asked me if we can close this session and go to the other link to join them for the final session. And thank you so much. It was really such a great pleasure for me to meet you. I really indeed learned a lot. I think it was a very rich session, and I'm looking forward to meeting you sometimes again in some places, real or online. So thanks a lot.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Can we maybe take, like all of us, open our videos and take a group picture before we move on to the next session? Thank you very much, Erika.
Thank you. So if you could all open your camera. Yeah, okay. So those who are here, we take a picture. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So see you on the other session. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great pleasure.
It was great pleasure.
Thank you.